Yo, what's going on, everybody? Santos Vice here, and we are back with some more Trails Beyond the Horizon. I hope you guys had a great day today. Yeah, see, I did promise, and I did deliver another stream, even though it's pretty late at night. But I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I have so much of this energy because I slept in pretty late this morning. If anything, I woke up at noon, so I have a whole ton of energy for this. But anyway, while we last left off, we were ended up finishing Kevin's route, or at least a part of his route, in which Kevin finally told us what exactly he's here for and how significant this mission really is. Finally, actually giving us details of what's going on around here. And first of all, Dingo knew a lot more than he let on. It seems like he was on his own investigation at the behest of Professor Latoya Hamilton. Why exactly she needed him specifically? Again, I'm guessing there are ties in the past, but Hamilton's not seeming like the good guy we thought she was. I mean, like I said, ever since the thing with Daybreak 2, I just figured she's gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah. Gonna be for their own greater good, you know? We've had that happen in Trails many times, and honestly, I'm not really surprised. Because now that they bring up, like, the fake Genesis, the only thing I had in mind was it had to be someone who knew about the Genesis, right? Like, you could say Almada, but they could have done that in the first place and not used the real ones. But that's not the case. It also had to be someone who knew about Epstein's work and would notice at least a bit of the schematics as to, like, how to recreate one. But weirdly enough, she's also supposedly, well, at least for now, I'm thinking, is the one who's handing these out to all these other groups. But I don't know why, especially since if they're potentially using these for rituals like the way Ix is trying to, it's definitely endangering the lives of so many people. So there's probably some greater meaning to it, but at the end of the day, it's like, can you really trust someone who's doing it that way? Right? Like, why not be upfront about it? Why not go to the right people to solve the problem, you know? Especially considering the president was able to get Reen and crew here. Why couldn't she try the same thing, if anything, you know? Especially with her connection to Professor Schmidt and Russell, but yeah, thanks to Kevin, we were actually able to uncover that information and that, in fact, Professor Hamilton is the target that he is sent to hunt back to his old ways as the heretic hunter. And that's like, damn, they really went all out for that. Like, Nina being the one to tell Kevin that she has to be hunted down like a heretic. And it makes sense in the way of the setting because she is interfering with the laws of time and space, which should stay in the realm of divinity, right? We've gone through that whole shtick before with the Oriole and Weissman, so if anything, what she's doing is basically taking Adios's work and using it for her own means. What exactly those means are, we have no idea. But hopefully we can try to glean at least a bit more of like the bigger picture, at least what the president's doing and what the CID is doing. Because again, the CID, they're starting to be a bit of a mixed terrain. Like, they're definitely working for the president, but it does also seem like a part of them is working for Professor Hamilton, like how Renee was meant to only watch and see what happens. I'm guessing he was meant to see the result of the fake octogenesis, and if it went beyond what Professor Hamilton had relayed, then he was supposed to take action and clean up the mess, right? At least that's what I believe it is. But yeah, now it's starting to seem like there's even more of a split between who's good and who's evil. And to be honest, you can never trust anyone on fucking Calvin. That's what this whole story has taught me. Literally, you can trust no one because literally, you're hanging out with them, having a cup of coffee. Next thing you know, you're at each other's throats trying to kill each other for the fate of the world. You know? Like, specifically, that's Calvert. Everyone else, at least they're more clearly defined and stuff. Like when it came to the Iron Bloods and stuff in Cold Steel. But here, it's like literally everyone's just so flimsy with their trust and whatever. But anyway, now all three of us are together here to solve the next domain of the Grimgarn. And I'm hoping we can exchange information here because when we were in the Reverie corridor, we couldn't really exchange information because we didn't have the memories of everything we learned up to that point when we went to the corridor. We just only maintained memories of our time in there solely. That's it. So I'm wondering if that's going to play out the same way or not. I assume not because this is a virtual space, but we'll see. And yes, I'm going to put Agnes first just to put the shield on the team, and then I will switch to Altina because I think as a long term she is a better support with her Remedy song and her S-Break. But yeah, I think we are finally ready to take on the boss. So let me go ahead and save real quick and let's see what exactly this boss is. And yes, I will take it on with the 3 main protagonists right now. I don't know if it's required or not, but I just decided to do it for the sake of... Okay, who the fuck is standing there? Oh, is it the guy in the hat? Because he did say we were going to meet him at some point, and he is kind of the main guy in charge of what's going on here. So yeah, I guess we're going to find him. Are we going to get his real name yet? Or I mean like his title? It's him! Win in plain sight for us, huh? He's unmistakably a member of the society. Yeah, his face isn't ringing any bells. Well, he did emerge alongside the fool in the capital, as I hear. Okay, good, they did exchange information. Well, at least that information. I don't know if they gave, like, the information that Kevin got. How'd you get that little tidbit? Still, there's something about the guy.
Yeah, よくここまでたどり着いたね。魔王の城を解放せんとする勇者たちよ。おっと、その言葉を安易に使うべきではなかったかな。
Real funny.
私については申し訳ないが、この場での名乗りは控えさせてもらおう。しかるべき機会で挨拶するためにもね。
You mentioned waiting for an opportune occasion before. Don't suppose that'd be now. I'm itching to know what number Enforcer Ouroboros is throwing at us this time. But great fan service and callback. Oh good, because we definitely... The past instead of building new licks. Seriously. Like, it's making us forget everything in the past. Like, they're even trying to make it seem like Kevin still has faults. We've been through those faults already in Trails in the Sky 3rd. We don't need to make it seem like, oh, Kevin still has some insecurities. It's like, no, he's already grown up. He has Rias with him. We're fine. We went past the whole thing with Rufina. But yo, what's up, Divine? And again, sorry I haven't checked the thing yet. It just slipped my mind. Beheaded man, seriously? I know, crazy. Of course he'd be one. He's got a real key player or two. You'd be right. At least going by what Zin said. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to confirm your identity. Apart from as a co-mastermind behind the garden's takeover, that is.
もちろんだと思う。ただしまずはお約束が先かな。
Wait, what? Let me guess, we need a boss fight, right? We saw this in the catacombs too. Be vigilant. Data particles of inconceivable levels are coalescing. They aren't shards either. They're pointing to a completely different process. Seriously, I don't get it. Is this guy shard technology or illusions? Those look a lot like my wings. It's almost as if he's drawing something. Is that a dragon? Wait, is he like constellations?
ああ、かつてゼムリア南東部の樹海に君臨していたという伝説の幻獣。
Please don't be one of the dragons I had to deal with in the past. Please.
それがこの第三領域のガーディアンというわけさ。
Okay, I don't know this dragon. At least I don't think... Oh wait, no, wasn't this from the garden last time, or is this different? What the what? Shit. This thing might be on par with the Dark Dragon. No, it's not. Come on. It ain't on par with that thing. The Dark Dragon was way worse. Resembles that being that wreaked havoc during the time of the Holy Iskin Empire. The Supreme Dragon Nalg Mahaja. You mean from the Eastern Fairy Tales? Oh, for the love of... So we're just straight up supernatural? Dude, what do you mean straight up supernatural? Everything we do is supernatural. You can recreate something like a divine dragon, eh? Pretty much narrows down who you could be.
さすがに君は気づくか。それでは見事乗り越えてみたまえ。
Here it comes. Deploying shards. Let's take every scrap of teamwork we got. Right. Prepare to engage.
最後の難関乗り越えましょう。
I'm still gonna say the dragon we faced before in the Erebonian was way worse than this. This is not that bad. Okay, it has 390,000. Of fucking course it does. Just glad I can finally use this move. Oh, right. I should probably put the fence. Let's see. Let's go with... Should I go with Rabbit Sword? Yeah, I probably shouldn't put the fence immediately. Let's go with this. Let's go with physical attacks for now. Be good. Damn. Okay, yeah, so I have to do it like this. Fine.
「伝説のハリー」果たしてそのイデアを乗り越えられるかな。
とんでもねえ相手だが戦力は十分だ。行くぞあんたらも。
ええ、竜殺しこの手で果たしてみせる。ここだ。行くぜ。
Divine, the best way to use an old character, in my opinion, is that they should show some growth by giving advice to the new characters. Like they're kind of trying to do with Fee and Fairy, even though they could do more, but like Risha has done nothing. Green's company constantly does the annoying trails thing where shove as many names as possible. And like, or at least a yap does impress me. I could argue in Calvert she's regressed because in the mask again. Yeah, that's what I said. It's like, if anything, she's discarded that she's just Yin, that she is Risha Mao, who is also Yin, but it's like, she takes it as a more secondary thing, but reclaimed her identity, right? But with the mask on, it's like she's reverted back. That's what I hate, bro. Because again, they did the same thing with Ren in Daybreak, both 1 and 2, where they make her seem like a damsel in distress when it's like, hello, badass Ren from the original Trails, in Trails in the Sky, and Trails from Zero? Like, come on. They're ruining such great characters we had as a foundation from the OG ones, and now they just make him like putty in like fans' hands at this point. And I hate it so much.
チャンスだ。行くぜメア。
こっちのものね。支援します。
続け。
行きます。ジブリーラガード。
勝負だ。セイターモロタ。
こちらのターンね。
全力で挑むぞ。
手伝います。
セイセイおまけ。
そこです。
頼んだ。
あとはお願いします。引き受けました。
気張っていこうや。
I probably shouldn't do defense. Let's go with more physical attacks. I think we can still
ここ
do
です。
that.
ラビットソード。
Yeah, man, that's the issue with bringing these guys back, bro. Especially if they're gonna do nothing. I'd rather not see them. Same. Like, look, I get why they had to bring Risha back, because, I mean... what was it? This is where her main business really is, for Halo. But at the same time, it's like, she found her identity in Crossbell. I feel like she's better off as an individual at Crossbell, because that's... She even said that's her home now, you know? With Ren, it's like they couldn't really do anything with Ren because they kind of already teased her with Reverie. But at the same time, it's like, I don't like what they did here with Ren, bro. It's honestly a disservice to Ren. Especially after how amazing of a growth period she had with, like I said, both the Liberl and Crossbell stories. Fucking sucks, man.
Chance ya.
ここだ勝機だ
Oh, okay, yeah, I lost Spirit Unification. Okay, I just need to make sure if I still had it or not. I could probably still do this. Hold on. Is there way? Oh, okay, yeah, here I can attack from the side. Okay. Do this.
うなれ 1,2,3
おまけだ。
こっちのものね、力を貸すわ。
そこだ。しゃー。しまいだ。お返しだ。
許しません。どうかご清聴ララララ。
ありがとうヒロ
よーし。
Right, it's kind of like how I felt when watching Infernape in Pokemon Journeys. His last battle was him getting... But the one before, he had that amazing battle with Paul in Diamond and Pearl. Now it just hurts him because his final outing is getting folded. That's the perfect way to describe it. Dude, I remember watching Diamond and Pearl, and the Infernape thing, dude, I almost cried when I was a kid. Like, seeing his growth from the Chimchar that Paul had such disrespect for, and then seeing Infernape climb up all the way to that strength that he had, especially against his rival Elekid, who ended up becoming Electivire, who was Paul's like main favorite by that point. It was like, bro, what a fucking journey. Like seriously, one of the best Pokemon like journeys we've ever seen. Like of a specific Pokemon too. And again, they just had to ruin it with the thing of Pokemon journeys. It's like, dude, let Infernape at least keep that dub. You know the shit he's been through. You know how emotional we all felt from that battle. Don't you dare take that away from us. And they fucking did. And I hate it. Seriously, who the fuck did the writers think they were trying to do that shit? It did not help anyone yet. Like, if anything, they just ruined so many people's childhoods with that. Damn, this thing's gonna take fucking forever. Stagger. Okay, we'll do a shield surge, I think. Or actually, no, we're still fine. It hasn't, like, it has insight, but it doesn't have, like, that better. I can just stay like this, I think. How much longer do I have for this? Oh, okay, I had the Stigma for one more turn. I can do something like that. Okay, still good, still good. Nice. Let's go with this. And then, let me go with... Rabbit Sword again. I think just this again.
任せとけ。任せとけ。頼んだぜ。
我が心へ向いてきらめく刻印よ、その輝きを追って敵を撃て。走る空の清掃。
私がついてるわ。
But Paul was a great rival. Like, it was literally a clash of ideals. And every time Ash lost, it hurt. And if Inferno failed, it means Ash's ideals failed. Yes, dude. That, for me, I feel like that was a better like way of like viewing like Ash and a Pokemon losing is like reflected on both of them. You know, like I know they tried that stuff with like Ash and Greninja, but it definitely felt more like that whole like balance of like accomplishment and disappointment really like was teetering in battle every time when it came to Ash and Inferno, especially against Paul. Paul definitely was one of the best rivals in all of Pokemon for Ash, honestly, because he pushed him to that limit that Ash didn't even think he had, probably. It's just astounding to me every time. Just keep going with this.
レイジングバスター。
私の番です。お願い、クラウスラス。レメディーソング。
ありがとう。
お返しだ。
そこまでだ。セイター。
モロタ。お返しだ。助立ちする。頼んだ。
我が太刀は灰。あまたの英士を剣し、無形の刀に。ゴーチレッツショーセンス。灰の太刀。ルテン光人。崩れた。
私がついてるわ。
Fine, even Cynthia afterwards said that like Ash and Paul hated each other at first and gained respect and turned from. Yeah, that's the thing. That's where it's like, I think that was a great example, especially for the younger generation at the time when they watched it. It was a great like representation of where like the amount of times you fight or battle against someone, you start to gain a greater connection, like that deeper sense of respect. Because it really was, you both were giving it your all. You didn't hold back because you had something to prove. And some of those points were proven to the other, depending on like the way that your opponent won and that you lost, or that the way you took the victory and what they were short of, you know? It really was a great lesson for that too, I believe. Again, it's like, that was one like the greater parts of watching Pokemon at the time. I mean, now you can't really watch Pokemon anymore with like just only focusing on being colorful and cutesy and whatever, but back then, bro, Pokemon meant something.
聖なる刻印よ、力を。行くぜ。それ。
ここだ。
任せて。アルティナちゃん。ご安心を。私が守ります。バリアシャード、多重展開。ビビット、カレンデュラー。
きにはさせない。頼んだね。見えた。断ち切る。
See, now this is the winning formula right here. See, I told y'all, this squad is elite. Tobias, though, that dude with the dark eye was weird. We still don't know much about him. Same. Like, dude, I get the whole thing with, like, Ash losing in the next round and maybe, like, in almost a sweep. But at the same time, dude, he had a freaking Darkrai, and if I remember, he also had a fucking Latios, right? Like, dude, what the hell? I hate when they pull that shit. Like, look, if they had a stronger Pokemon for a different region or whatever, that's one thing. Pseudo-legendaries and legendaries from a trainer, even though they're like, oh, no, it would never actually happen. It's like, this bullshit! Like, at that point, considering how many times Ash has befriended a legendary Pokemon, why can't he at least have one, right? Why is it like, oh no, in this way, it's like, nah, it's an exception to the rule. Like, fuck off, dude. Yeah, I should probably do Heated Roar first. This. There we go. Yeah, let's go with City.
ケビンさん。
食らいつくか。想像以上じゃないか。所詮は再現された偽物。このまま畳みかけるで。
Yeah, let me use the assist for it. There we go. This should be good.
我が執念にてきらめく刻印よ、その輝きを持って敵を撃て。走る空の清掃。
こちらの番だ。あとは任せた。
引き受けよう。
一気に攻めましょう。お願いします。
金色の剣よ、切り裂けブルドガング。リンク
はったもろた。
合わせるわ。それなあ、もらったわ。
甘い。好きにはさせない。セイターおまけや。お願いします、ルーファスさん。
気合を入れろ。攻勢に転じるぞ。
チャンスや。
特定のアーツが有効ね。
形勢有利、攻め時だ。
全力で。ケビンさん。
しまいにしようか。これでも食らえや。
頼んだね。
決めるわよ。ノーブルアクス。
ありがとう。形勢有利、攻め時だ。
お願い、クラウンセラス。レメディーソング。
ありがとう。
ルーパスさん。
ほう、この私に挑戦。
やっちゃえ、ルーファス。
いいだろう。受けて立つ。釣りたまえ。
好きにはさせない。新規合一。マイル。頼んだね。見えた。断ち切る。
覚悟はええな。
ケビンさん。
こいつは効くで。レッツ出番よリンク。
我が太刀は灰。 あまたの英志が剣し無形の刀にゴーチレッツショーセンス灰の立つルテン光人
チャンスです。ルーパスさん、おまけです。
そこまでだせいせい
おまけやあいった
行くよ。
スキャリ
おまけだよ。合わせるわ。決めるわよ。ノーブルアクス。
ありがとう君に
そこです。
行くぞ。名もなき上昇への挑戦と
やっちゃえル。
任せとけ
それそれ。
続こう遅いぜ
ケビンさん、
我が執念にてきらめく刻印よその輝きをもって敵を撃て走れ空の清掃
そこまでだ我が太刀は灰あまたの英志が剣し無形の刀にゴーチレッツショーセンス灰の立つルテン光人勝機だセイター
おまけや
私の番です。どうかご清聴を。ララララ。
ありがとう君
Shit! Damn. I'm lucky I gave Kevin Seraphic Force. So it really is. I love Rude's S-Craft, man. It's crazy. Dude, I can't believe it. It actually killed Kevin. Wait, does that count as a KO? I hope that doesn't count. I'm gonna say bullshit if it does. Because I came back to life. He had 1 HP left. But I was speaking of nature, I think Ash's story more so in X and Y was about he became so obsessed about winning and all his friends Clement Serena were inspired by him that when he lost he felt like he was laying everyone down, including Greninja, and wanted to be a hero to fulfill his destiny. But the reason he wanted to be a trainer wasn't always win. Probably why it took him more slow instead of moving. True. I can definitely see why, yeah, because by that point it's like there wasn't really much to grow for Ash, honestly. I honestly didn't really see a point in the Sun and Moon anime, honestly. It needs so much help, it really does. I mean, to be fair, we're almost done with this thing. Okay, now I'm finally gonna put on the defense. Kind of been holding back from using this, but kind of want to save it. Okay, you know what? Let's actually give Crow a chance this time. Let Crow get on the action.
行くぜ最速で行くぜ切り刻めいい夢見ろよ助立ちする見えた断ち切る覚悟はええなケビンさん逃がさへんで
Damn, this thing really wants a chance to insta-kill me. Well, sorry. I'm not letting that happen. Oh, you son of a bitch. Damn. Oh well, fuck it. I'm still gonna attack. I ain't no bitch. Besides, a lot of my attacks have been hitting, so I don't see why I would have to stop. See? Even when I'm blinded, I'm still making these shots. Because I'm money like that. The air on his jacket does look better than Van. Yeah, because the thing is, it kind of works for, what was it, for Crow, considering how his look was like in the original, in Cold Steel. Cold Steel 1 and 2. That kind of makes more sense, but like for Van, I'm just not feeling it. Because also for Crow, it's more of a wild look. For Van, it's like too much of like a, it's too much of like a bougie attempt of a look. It doesn't work, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm not saying it, but that's how I feel at the very least. See, this boss was nothing. It's a fucking joke. I told you all this boss was nothing. Good trails, blood, health bars. Yep. Yeah, see, this boss was nothing. Oh, did I actually get both? Hope I did. I hope it didn't count as it getting KO'd. Because again, Kevin came back to life from his own short skill.
お見事。私の具現化が不完全だったのもあるとはいえ。
Is he supposed to be like that that one villain from Fairy Tail, right? Like Fairy Tail final season, I think it was. This one guy who used a magic called like Historia, where as long as he has information on the individual, he could create like a copy of a person who had passed from a person's memories, right? Like that they had fought. Because I do remember that, like, against Erza and stuff. At least if I'm remembering from Fairy Tail Final Season. Again, I just remember because I read the manga. I could, like, barely stand to actually watch the anime version of it. Just only for the fight scenes, but not for, like, the story, but still. Yeah, man. Also, it doesn't look like something Van would wear. Van seems like he'd want something kind of more chill, like his DB1 fit. That's what I'm saying. Because, dude, I'll be honest. Van's new fit here, it reminds me of like those kind of outfits that's like, you know, like retail stores show like on commercials and stuff. That's like, oh, these are the hottest fits of the season right now. But when you actually see people, they never wear that shit because it's a fucking lie. It's a disaster. And people already know that. But again, it's like, just because they're a brand, it's like, you're not going to say it to their face, but you just won't buy the fit. You know? Like when they do like Macy's hottest looks or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, they're fucking atrocious. Like, you're telling me people would normally wear this? You're fucking joking, bro. There's no way people would actually be comfortable wearing that. Maybe on a TV show, maybe on a sitcom, sure, but no one would actually wear that in like their daily life. No, that's cap. And again, this dragon was nothing. Like I said, the dragon we dealt with in Trails in the Sky, that was a difficult boss fight. The dragon I fought in Trails of Cold Steel, that was a tough fight. This was nothing, dude. And I'm only level 20 something right now.
この定常リソースを最大限に利用して再現した真珠を討伐するとは驚きだ。
てめえ、あんな化け物をけしかけといて高みの見物とはいいご身分じゃねえか。
さてと、いい加減名乗ってもらおうかな。
ええ、ギルド総支部からも名指しでマークされている曰く付きの執行者。
ナンバー7、あらゆる想像を具現化する男だったか。
あらゆるというのはさすがに言い過ぎだと思いますがね。
The Imaginator.
名
Oh,
は
okay.
シメオン。 結社の執行者ナンバー7でイマジネーターなんて呼ばれている。
The Coaster 3 boss was BS Deplo Vanish and P. What a... I was pissed, man. Nah, that's what I mean. It's like, that was a tough one. This was literally fucking a joke. But I mean, to be fair, when you pair Reed and Kevin together, there's no one stopping that team. And with how much they buffed Altina as a support unit, we're never gonna lose. Come on, let's be honest.
頼まれたとはいえやっと名乗れたよ。この帽子もあの被り方だと視界が悪くてね。お初にお目にかかるが、あなたもそうではないかな、ルーファス卿。
And, like, I mean, to be fair, I do like that at least Rufus also has a move where he can get rid of buffs too, because, I mean, I don't have Shizuna in the party, and I would always use Duality if I have to. At least I have Rufus here to fill the void.
まあ、これはこれで、すでに慣れっこにはなっているがね。
I mean, to be fair, Rufus, you're not exactly doing a great job of blending in. Where's the wig? Where's the hair dye? Anyone can tell it's you.
おお、リーダー並みのアラサーイケメン。もちろんスーちゃんには及ばないけど。
30代と比べられてもな。
Looks like Lisa's dad. Yeah, I could kind of see a bit of like Alberic in his look.
名前は88点かしら。ルーファスの方がちょっと若いかも。
何気に俺より高いんか。しかしそれ毎回やるんやね。
ってちょっと何小粋にまとめようとしてんのよ。仮想空間とは思えない脅威の再現、とても油断できるものではありません。
そしてようやく現れた結社関係者。ぜひ話を聞かせていただきたいところですが。
どうやらエンジニアでもない様子。他にもいらっしゃるということですね。
ああ、表で動き出した道化師とは別筋で動いている人物。あんたともう一人のギャルに要請してこの城を現在進行形で作り変えてる張本人。レンやヨルグのじいさんから聞いてたが、どうせその辺りから覗いてやがるんだろう。いい加減出てこいよ。第6中3よ。
Yeah, I mean, if anyone was gonna do a side project like this, it would be Novartis. Like, come on.
そこか。
I mean, it's not hard to figure out. There's literally no one else it could be.
さすがだな。
噂以上に鼻が利くじゃないか。
Dude, I didn't even use my nose. It's that fucking obvious.
レンやヨルグ氏と馴染みだったか。灰の牽制に獅子殿もご無沙汰している。結社の使徒第6中13工房を統括するノバルティスだ。初めてのものもそうでないものもよろしく見知りおき願うとしようか。レンも来ていると思ったがまだ合流していないようだね。しかし素晴らしい。私のメガネにかなう素材のなんと多いことか。ラピス城にナーディア・レイン君、2年前のクロスベル再事変以来だったな。 MK に移ったヨルグ氏のボディも素晴らしいし、ナーディア君もさらに処理能力が上がったようだ。そしてアルティナ・オライオン君、エプスタイン財団にも所属しながらプラトー君の薫陶を受けているようだね。素晴らしい。工房の遺産との相乗効果も期待できそうだ。マルドゥックの噂の SC 殿も興味深い。シャード技術やシュミラクラとは別次元のあり方。
そしてラトーやハミルトンの直弟子、生まれもあり方も好奇心を刺激されてならないよ。
Still talking? I know, bro. Dude, that's what half this, or no, probably 3/4 of this game is. It's just yap, yap, yap. Can we get to the fucking point?
出くわす覚悟はしてたけど、相変わらず気持ち悪いおじいさんだね。ゾワゾワするってこういう感じなんだなって実感できるよ。
まあ気にするな。お前たちには指一本触れさせない。
マイスターが MK 方面にいる以上、技術的にも手出しできないだろうしね。
未だに黒の工房に未練があるのですか。もはや過去の話だというのに。アルティナちゃん、あんな言葉気にする必要ないよ。
ああ、ジジイの世まいごとなんざ放っておけや。
うん。過去に執着するのは猛録した証。
ミリアムと同じくアルティナもただ前を向いていればいいさ。
カトル様、どうかお気になさらず。
うん、そうだね。どうせあちこちからの情報をかき集めて勝手に分かった気になってるだけだろうし。
はい、多分そうなんだと思います。
得体の知れねえ面はしてるが、そこら辺は分かりやすいジジイかもな。
はい、破壊と比べれば知れているかと。
なんとでもいいたまえ。あんなろくでなしと一緒にされたくないしね。そもそも私と君たちでは見えているものの次元が異なるのだよ。かの3皇帝ですら例外を除いたらシー・エプスタインや私がいる領域には。そういえばそうだったな。シー・エプスタインの遺産と関係者がいたか。なるほどなるほど。蓮の指南で技術的素養もありそうだが、それとは別に興味深い。非常に興味深いな。しかも聞いた話では父親というのが
そこまでにしてもらおうか、第6中。年頃の娘のガン見は感心しないぜ。
Oh, you're okay with him doing it to like literally the rest of the cast, fan? Come on.
なんだ
It's bullshit.
いいところなんだから邪魔をするんじゃない。そういえば君自身も素質はともかくめったにいないレア素材なのだったな。マクバーンとも似ているようだが、因子のあり方は根本的に異なるようだ。風と呼ばれる高速機構やフォローも含め仮想空間越しだが、心ゆくまで観察を。
おいこら、
あんたいい加減にいい加減にしてください。先ほどから聞くに耐えないことばかり。レン先輩にも執着しているんだとか。ですが私たちはあなたの観察対象じゃありません。一人一人がかけがえのない思いや背負うものを持ってここにある存在です。
You know, I'll be honest, every bone in my body is like, please skip the cutscene. But unfortunately, I have to continue with it because I'm just a story guy, unfortunately. Damn it! It's like, oh my god, we're going through another speech against a villain who clearly isn't gonna change their ways. Come on!
あなたの身勝手な物差しで測られたくないし、それで分かった気になられても迷惑です。これはとある手記の受け売りにはなりますけど、科学者として
いいえ、科学者に限らず、そんな偏った見方を続けている限り、真実をつかむなど決して果たせないのでは。生意気かもしれませんけど、あなた自身のためにもならないと思います。
アニエさん、
かっこいいです。
あーちゃんのそういうとこほんと助けられちゃうな。名前込みで102点かも。
って100点以上があるの？
大した子やね。
ええ、アークライドさんのところでバイトしている子らしいですが。
一応私の教え子でもありますね。
彼女が話に聞いた。
どうやら話が盛大に脱線しているようだ。博士、ここは当初の予定通り挨拶と今後についてくらいで。
すっ込んでいたまえシメオン。どうしてこの私が小娘ごときにそこまで言われなくてはならんのだ。定常プログラムを書き換えて新たなガーディアンの更新を。
貴様、そこをひっくり返すのか。
I mean, he is the villain. What? You think he's gonna let you win because, oh, someone has to win? Fuck no. Seriously, why do you guys make it seem like, oh, how could you do such a thing? They're the bad guys. That's the point. Hell, at least a third of you have all been bad guys. You should know these kinds of strategies by now. Of course they would do it in a heartbeat, especially Ouroboros. Like, seriously? We shouldn't be this surprised. Divide, OMG, I hate when they do this. Everyone has to comment. Yeah, it's like, guys, you know the people who do the speeches look cooler when you don't say anything after, right? To let them have the moment, to keep the intensity up, you know? Don't say anything. It's like, nah, they just all have to, as if like, oh, it's just like she's one lone person against like a giant like surmountable thing where it's like, no, he's just a dude on a projector. Come on, it's not that impressive. Like if she did it face to face, sure. If she did it in front of a giant Ion or Divine Knight, sure. It's just on a freaking projection. It's not that big a deal. Come on.
そっちがゲームっぽく始めたのに、ルール変更ってのはダサすぎない？
Besides, you see how many people have talked in front of projections before? Estelle did it when Viceman Kit captured her. Let's see. Ian and their crew had done it when oh no, actually Lloyd and them were doing that when Arius had shown that he was on the other side for Dieter Croy. The same thing for when Class 7 had to face like the true force of Gilly of Osborne's alliance. Like, come on!
だったらロールプレイングなんざ最初から気取るんじゃねって話だな。それな、ゲームマスターのセンスゼロだろ。
黙るがいい。こうなればロールアウト前のあれを。
いい加減にしなよ、博士。
第二領域で現れた。
おや、来たのかね。
まあね、配信終わったしトリマ様子を見に来たってわけ。昨日ぶり元気してた？って新顔の子なんかもいるじゃん。
It's like the Rigby meme, stop talking. Oh, facts. And dude, seriously, like, you're telling me that they're trying to get so meta that, what, Ouroboros hired a Twitch streamer to be a member of Ouroboros, or a YouTube streamer? Like, are you serious? Like, why? How is this even a thing? Why is this even a thing?
いや、ごめんね。博士も普通に悪い人なんだけど。
Dude, look how hip we are. Seriously, it's like, that's not what Ouroboros is supposed to be about. They're supposed to be badasses with so many different ways of, like, combating organizations with just singular members. Should it be like this?
ここまでうざいモードに入っちゃうと見てらんねって感じなんよね。
And honestly, I'm kind of surprised they're making Novartis seem like this kind of like cheap villain too, you know? Because back then it's like he didn't care about that kind of stuff as long as he just did his research or whatever. Nothing else really mattered. kind of the same thing with the whole Elysium thing, but nah, they're actually making him seem like a 2-bit villain, honestly. Even though we've seen the machinations that he's created that's almost doomed the world multiple times.
でも女の子へのうざがらみはないわ。この通り、私からも謝らせてもらう。
No, please don't. That's the point of being a villain. You don't apologize.
あ、野郎はいいよね。そこのクールショタ君は除くとして。
Yeah. Get it over with.
クールショタ言うな。
つまりどういうこと？
この場は挨拶に現れただけ。今後について話すと言っていたが
その通り。あくまでルールが優先だからね。博士、そろそろいいですか？
上司にいきなり言霊を使うんじゃない。まったく他の連中もそうだが、君たち執行者というのはどうして？
Dude, why are you even asking? That's the point of being enforcers. They're not supposed to, like, be at your beck and call and do everything. You are part of the organization, right? You know that. Fine, bro, when I was watching Under Night Kuon, there's so much stuff that make you think, like, even though he's been corrupted by becoming an in-birth, or Boris, like, I feel him. Exactly, like, Kuon is, like, he's at least an interesting type of bad guy, you know? These guys, it's like, oh my god, come on. It's like almost nothing by this point.
ごめんって。でも少しは頭冷えたっしょ。博士は落ち着いたらマット感最高なんだから、クールに行こうぜ、クールにさ。
Wow, someone actually said what I said before, but just in a, what's the word I'm looking for? In a cringe way of saying it. Yeah.
照れた。だと。
照れたね。
Guys, can we please just move on?
そのような可愛げがあったとは。
How long are introductions, man? We've only introduced 2 names.
照れてない。まあいい。これ以上は時間の無駄というものだ。私は私で非常に忙しくてね。君たちごときに変わっている暇などない。
Right, oh yeah, when all the DLC comes out, will you add the characters to the tier list? It's cool if not. No, I definitely will. I definitely will have to add them to the tier list. And who knows, maybe I'll even change some things about actually, I don't know. Would I even need to change things for every character, since it's like I already know most of the history of the characters who came from the previous game? I don't think I would have to, would I? I would just have to focus on the new characters. I don't know. That part's a bit confusing to me. I mean, I definitely will have to add the new characters to the tier list for the DLC ones, but and the new ones that came in Under Night In-Birth too, but I don't know if I need to change places for those in the original Under Night In-Birth. Just because, again, it's like, we've already learned about it, where it's like, this is more just like what they seek for the future, but it's like, it's not going to sway too much of it, you know? So, I'm honestly not sure how I would go about that, but I definitely will have to update the tier list at some point, when I get around to it. I definitely will stream that too.
最上層に眠る MK も知らぬ秘宝を手に入れるために。
秘宝だと。
マルドゥック社も知らない。それは一体どういう？
そもそも黒の定常というのはあなたが勝手に改造したものでは？
確かに側は相当いじくったが、本質的な規定部のデータはノータッチさ。その深淵にあるデータについて、例えば SC の君はどこまで知っている？
発端は2年前、我ら結社の精神を MK のシステムが突破してきたことらしい。
Wait, they did what? Kage's slave, I think they nailed it. In a bit of backstory we got, I changed her from this crude rough girl to where she became his king. True. If we see that. But wait, Marduk did what? They breached the Society Celestial. Why? Are you serious? No wonder. And they're like, oh, why would Ouroboros attack us? Now we fucking know. Oh, right.
それは本来はありえない。そういう話でしたね、博士。
No, that's right. Yeah, we saw that. We saw that in the Rev Recorder that it was a company that was able to get the president to talk about it. The hat is not... Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like either keep the hat shorter, like more of like a top hat, or just lose it, man. Like, it doesn't need to be like a straw hat, like for farmers, dude. It's ridiculous. But right, that was Marduk.
その通り。マスターが授けられた外の断りを記述できるという唯一のコード。
But isn't the... See, that's what I'm confused about. The Grandmaster's supposed to be like a mystic, right? Potentially of like maybe ancient magic or celestial being. So how the hell is she able to, or they able to be that proficient with technology? Like, to an extent, sure, but as if like, what? Was this world like so high tech back in the day, but then they went to ruin and now we're heading back to that, like Grand Crest Senki? Yeah, the angle is not flying for his hat. It really isn't.
それを突破できたこと自体、そもそも MK の技術は異常すぎるのだよ。加えて財閥企画にシャード技術、エプスタイン財団のお株も完全に奪っている。その源泉の一端がここに眠っている。そう結論して私は定常を乗っ取ったわけだ。
なるほど。その意味ではあんたらも先行して攻略しとるっちゅうことか。
Right, like how he was kind of in like already the running of like understanding the concept of Elysium, where we didn't even know like if Elysium was even like a thing, right? Alright, bro, let's play this game. This is not a visual novel, it's a game. Drew, just let me go through this already. Like, literally, I'm an hour into this. And the boss fight only took, like, what, 20 minutes?
その上で、あなたたちが攻略したルートを私たちが後から追いかけて進んでいる。
Like, seriously, only a third of the stream was just one fight. And out here I'm stuck for, like, almost 40 minutes.
そういうことだ。
That's just crazy.
私たちが攻略したのはあくまで元のメルヘンガルテン。
Even if it's like I actually took 30 minutes in the fight, that's still saying half of the stream so far is just yapping.
掌握後により難易度を高めるためのアレンジを私の方で手伝わせてもらったがね。
Seriously, this is what I hate about what they've done ever since we went to Calvard. This game clearly should just be more established as a visual novel, not a game. All the other ones, to an extent, were a game. This, ever since Daybreak 1, it's been more of a visual novel, for crying out loud. Like, seriously. Like, if you're gonna do this from now on, just stop calling yourself a game. Just call yourself a visual novel with mini games, because at this point, it's honestly starting to piss me off how much time I just spent doing batshit nothing. The recent returning characters aren't a deal breaker for me. They also try to give everyone like true. Like, I always... Here's one funny thing that they keep doing. I don't know why, but every time we're about to, or almost every time we're going into a fight with Van's team, Fairy always has to get like the last phrase in before the fight, or give her usual chant like "Ura" or something, whatever. It's like, shut the fuck up. What is that adding to the battle? What is that? Like, I don't care if it's your signature line or whatever. Why are we wasting like 5 more seconds of seeing that in one sentence when everyone already said their fighting quotes? Just get in and box. I want to box with these guys. I'm not here to hear the pep talk. I'm not here on like the team huddle. Just go.
中世ゴシックファンタジー風。その帽子といい、なんか納得だけど。
シメッチパイセン好きそうだもんね。あとはパイセンの能力が大きいのかな。
趣味と適性は否定しないが、実はそれだけでもなくてね。
And also, for those who may try to point it out to me, sure, at least potentially 10 minutes of this conversation is me like responding in kind to this and adding tidbits, but at the same time, that still means the other 20 minutes is still just straight yap. There's nothing else in between aside from me for like at most 10 minutes in that whole span of 30 that we spent in this cutscene.
何？
挨拶はここまでだ。今後ともよろしく頼むよ。裏解決屋の諸君。
Oh, thank God, someone in the conversation.
騎士殿とピクニック隊も。
カンパネルらに表を任せている分、私の方はこちらに思う存分集中できていてね。君たちが挑む分には相手をしてやろう。当然各種データは収集させてもらうが。
あ、自己紹介し損ねちったん。でもまた機会はあるっしょ。次顔出せるかはわからないけど、せいぜい頑張りなよね。あっつ
ーん。敵対的管理者による掌握を解除。グリムガルテン第3領域完全解放されました。
Oh, okay, good. I literally just said earlier, does Kevin having Seraphic Force used on him count as him being KO'd? It didn't. Whew. Good. Good. Oh, and I did the 15,000 damage too. Probably from Reen's S-Craft, because I mean, come on, with Spirit Unification. By the way, we're not heroes like Van. Like Van said, we're just good guys, like 99% of the time. Yeah, true. Like, seriously, he really needs to stop, like, at this point, we might as well just start a petition for them to stop calling Van a Spriggan by this point, because again, by this point, he might as well just be a fucking bracer at this point. Because literally, he's not like a private eye detective. He's not a guy in the gray area. Let's just be freaking honest. He's a bracer who's unemployed and doing a solo business, okay? Let's just be honest about that. What an A? I thought I got an S. Man, I'm pissed. But at the same time, I guess I can understand why as well. Because, to be fair, I did take maybe a couple moves too long to win the fight. I'll be honest. But hey, Kevin the MVP? You know, I could actually see that. Oh yeah, because I did use Kevin the most in this floor, right. But he's a goody two-shoes and there's nothing wrong with that. But don't lie. Exactly! Just don't lie about it. Like, you always like, I'm not the kind of guy you think I am. Yes, you are. You are literally the most transparent being I've ever met. Like, come on. Don't ever act like, oh, I'm doing this for my own benefit. Come on. You're doing it for your friends, like a good guy, like a regular shogun protagonist. Just be honest about it. And then I wouldn't be as pissed. Especially since they're trying to, like, advertise this whole series about a guy who dances between the lines and, like, the sides of, like, good and evil, you know? Because he really isn't. He really isn't. Especially when the choices I make don't really have repercussions in the main story where it's the most important. Because it's always just going to be the same, like, oh, we're the hero, we're the best, we've helped everybody, and we don't want anything in return. We'd be better off grouping up here from now on. Know what's ahead. So much for that, huh? Who could have guessed our accounts would give us technical difficulties combining our routes? It's weird that we even try to do that in a series called Legend of Heroes. Exactly! Because, look, I get it's supposed to be like a different legend or something, but again, it's like, don't act like Van's like treading those lines when he really isn't. He really is just sticking more to like the quote-unquote hero side, just not doing a great job at it. I'd hope we could at the very least consolidate the mini-domains at each entry point. It would seem, however, that finding a fundamental solution with Marduk and the Epstein Foundation's technology is no easy task at present. Well, this is where Arc Resolutions entered from, so the other teams would just have to come and go via their own mini-domains. Sounds like a plain old hassle. Seems to be only one route beyond this. Meaning if each team entered separately, it could very well cause an overlapping conflict. Yeah, in which case we would be left waiting in vain with no way of convening. The time could be spent enjoying some refreshments, though there wouldn't be much elegance to that. I've never wanted to say no to a snack break, but still, gotta think up some way to make this work. Us fixers are keen on sticking things out there. So the saying goes for, Van, you are not a fixer, shut up. If possible, yeah. This place is a golden opportunity to rack up some combat experience. The whole time barely passing deals a big check in the pro column, too. A more believable thing would be if we were like a Punisher kind of hero, like killed the bad guys, but the great thing just hasn't come together. Yeah. Like at the very least, kind of like that kind of hero, you know? Kind of like the dark heroes, you know? Like how they always have like the Dark Knight kind of like aspect to stories and folklore and such. I feel like at least something like that, because like you'd still make a legend out of it. They'd still be a hero to the unsung, but clearly they didn't think that was a cool enough way for Van, and they did what they thought was cool, but it just sucks. Well, that I can get behind in a heartbeat. If only the decor was a little less nothing's-burger. Don't get your hopes up, considering who's the interior designer is. Anyway, we should all coordinate as much as we can. That said, if we do manage to combine forces, there'll have to be a few lines drawn in the sand. What? Huh? What? What's the problem? No doubt Arkwright's crew is poking their nose into something or other over in the capital. In Reem, you and you guys have made your business on your play in Basel, yeah? As for us, we're on a vacation, let's call it. Can't share too many details so you catch my drift. Still yapping your breath. What? Kevin, why? No! Dude, no. Why are they making Kevin such an idiot? No, this is not how the real Kevin Graham works. He knows we're all here for something bigger. Tell us. You know Van's involved in this because it has to do with Dingo. You knew Reen's involved in this because he also knows something's going on in Calvert. And we're in Basel. And we've met LaToya Hamilton. Just tell us. Dude, they're really trying to actually make the characters from the previous games that much worse people. Because, again, Kevin would share this information. He's helped Estelle before many times, and he's at least given her tips here and there. Come on! Don't be like, oh, it has to be a church secret. It doesn't! It affects all of us, because Hamilton's a major player in Calvert. We need to know this shit. Like, again, he doesn't have to tell us, like, why or what the church told him to do, but at the very least give us a warning about Professor Hamilton. Even if we don't believe it or not, but at least those of us who aren't from Calvert would be able to look at her from a wider perspective without being stuck in tunnel vision about like, oh no, but we're from Calvert too and she's been so nice and everything, like Van's crew would do. At least tell Reen's group, come on, we're there. We're at Basel. We're at the Institute. We could get some info. See why I wasn't saying, oh, bring Kevin back, because stuff like this might happen? Yeah. Dude, you can't do this to my boy Kevin. You can't, bro. Kevin's smarter than this. He is. I'm not saying Kevin's a genius, but he's smarter than this. He's literally the best Dominion we've seen in the Trail series, and you're gonna do him like this now. Right. Sorry to say, but matters on our end will have to stay confidential too. Reed, we haven't learned anything yet. We've asked questions, but we haven't discovered anything. Not that we can't drop a few hints on the town, though. Well, we shouldn't have any real hang-ups talking about stuff society-related or otherwise. What's Reed talking about? That's what I'm saying, because in Reed's route, it's like, we're having questions, but we haven't discovered anything yet. What is confidential? That's the thing. We haven't discovered anything yet. Look, at least when it comes to Van, it's like, oh yeah, they never figure it out until it's too fucking late. But it's like, we still haven't even established what Reen's even here for, you know? Seems a mess, it really is. Then again, this morning was kind of a dud. Might be best to wait until we sorted our shit out a little more. Yeah, good call. Speaking on behalf of the guild, we would much prefer to get a grasp on every side of these affairs. Now, the overall picture will come to light a bit by bit, I'm sure. Just as time will tell whether we can emerge as the valiant heroes in arms who prevail, not in purpose over this Sable Castle's ordeals. You're actually pushing that angle? He's even more playful to a fallen person. Master? What is it, Burgard? You got a knowing look on your face. Notice something? Well, my familiarity with the American Garden is limited solely to what you have all recounted. But was there not a certain someone whose aid you petitioned when first entering it? Oh right, Mare. I do remember you calling on her for help when things were too much for even Martik to handle. Yeah, why can't she help now? Hang on, Van. Are you saying that's gonna be a regular thing? Already is. Wouldn't even be the first time she's elbowed in on this so far. My god. I'm a minute 17 of the fucking stream. I can't believe this. Dude, I'm gonna be spending like almost a whole hour on this Yap Fest. How is this even possible? About his and Rufus a wanted criminal, like it's weird this could be a good character moment for Elaine, like trying to arrest him or something, but someone stops her because she's a bite of... Yeah, that's why I don't understand too, because it's like, hell, she arrested her father for what he did. You're not gonna try to arrest Rufus when he's still a wanted criminal? Like, fuck the facts of Trails into Reverie. He's still wanted by the rest of Zemuria for what he did. Because again, even if he helped Arabonia regarding the stuff in Reverie, that doesn't erase all the things he did to Calver, to Liberl, to Crossbell. Especially Crossbell, man. Like, even as a joke, it would still be good for characterization. It really would. Because again, Elaine keeps trying to be like by the books compared to Van, but it's like, they're not even gonna try to push that angle? It's like, again, it's like, they have these moments for decent opportunities to at least make a character look good, at least for a moment. But for some reason, they're like, nah, let's just do it in the terrible moments where it's like, it's not necessary, but we'll push for those moments, even though people won't care about it. It's like, no, do it for the moments that make sense. Don't do it for the ones that it's like, it doesn't, or it already has enough detail that it doesn't need more. I mean, it wasn't really a standoff. It was just like having a chat over dinner. Yeah, just gonna skip all this fluff dialogue. Let's just move on already. Wow, it's like a literal campsite in a dungeon. They really love playing on the theming here, don't they? But dude, I just also don't understand. We have a chance to share information. And we'll have our memories. Because, look, at least the plot point with the Reverie being a separate space that was unstable made sense that we couldn't have our memories from before we entered. And we couldn't take memories back after we left, you know? At least that one, they put some of the plot in and like the state of the environment of the regions into play for it. But here it's like, we can tell each other stuff. We can solve the mystery that much faster. Why not do it? It doesn't have to be an almost carbon copy of the Reverie Corridor again. We've already done that twice. Exactly, man. Even a small amount of something jokey can be for characterization. Still remember that scene in Chain Soldier, Eva Mira. That tense facing, but that she just so cool because we assumed she was just gonna be some typical harsh punk character. Actually, exactly. It's like you can time those moments just right. It's not impossible. Sometimes it can be tricky, but you can make it work, especially for complete opposites of characters from their actions, depending on how you play it. But here it's just like they don't give a fuck. Like honestly, like I don't even think the people who wrote the Daybreak series or Beyond the Horizon even understand what characterization is. Because honestly, it feels like they don't even know the characters they're using at this point. Because seriously, they don't know how to utilize them at all. Or, okay, maybe at all is a stretch, but for the most part, they don't know how to use their characters.
今回についてはこんなところかしら。まあ、せいぜい頑張りなさい。確かにここは時間の進み方は遅いけど、それでもあまり時間はないわ。
Oh, come on. You're still gonna keep this a secret? You just said we're almost at that point now, so just fucking tell us. How does this spoil anything if it's already almost too late? Still don't know what a Grendel is? Exactly! This is the third game and we still don't know shit about it. And we still don't know what Mare actually is. Oh my god. Stop with the cryptic stuff if it's just the same old cryptic stuff before, but you're not gonna explain anything. By the way, how long has the cutscene went on? I don't know. I don't know what time I stopped the boss fight. I just think I took like almost... I took somewhere to like 20 to 30 minutes for the boss fight. And that was the only fight I did. At least I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe I went on for 40 minutes, but ever since that point, it's like, it's just been a cutscene. Could have went to the gym and back by this point, man. Probably. I'm not gonna doubt it. Probably could.
厳密にはノーと言っておくわ。それじゃあね。あんまり無茶すんじゃないわよ。
Seriously, we did not need this whole intermission. Honestly, this has been the most pointless intermission, even more so than the past two. Like, look, at least look, I'm not gonna say Nemeth Island was a great one, But at the very least, at least we actually learned something about Quatre, you know? And with, what was with the intermission, Daybreak 1? It had to do with, like, Shizuna, right? Even then, it didn't really clarify on that, but it's like, we actually met the person who actually defeated Reen. Well, me. Never expected the place to have a classic thermite bathhouse of all things. I thought things were insane back in American Garden. This just takes the cake. Well, whatever. Might as well make the rounds in the facilities before logging off. Quattro is one of the few good plot points in Sin. Quattro really was. Because again, it's like, something was there, you know? And again, it's like, they had the potential for Rosette too. Like, I know they're trying to push Rosette's thing a bit more now. I don't know how that's going to be answered here. But I feel like one of the best points to start for Rosette would have been if she was the focal point for that one chapter in Crimson Sin, then Fairy. Because they tried to intermingle the two of them in a way, but it was just terrible. And if anything, they tried to make it more Fairy's chapter than Rosette's. When even though we didn't get to see the things about Fairy, like, we didn't get to see what her anxieties were really about being a priestess or whatever. And we didn't even get to see the ceremony for it either. But like Rosette's is like, we actually saw the emotion in her, like how she questioned her own existence. And yeah, we're acting like, nah, that's just a plus. That's not the main thing. You shouldn't care about that as much as like Fairy about like, oh, just doing this thing that's like, it's normal for her people and she's just gonna be the next one to do it. But it doesn't change her lifestyle in any way. Like, come on. If it was like something like, oh, it's gonna make her have less time with Van's group, or she's gonna have to go away, or she's gonna have to stay with the Kruger or whatever, sure. Maybe at least then you can make some kind of excuse as to why that's such a major thing. But considering it wasn't gonna change anything, and she's still with us even now for most of the time, it's like, why do we make that such a big deal? Seriously. The extra member limit has returned to 1. In the Grim Garden, you can gain access to extra members' S commands. Interstitial Sanctum offers a space to chat with your comrades, as well as direct access to the varieties of features. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I actually have to check all of this? Fuck me. Divine Fairy story could work better for a main character, but she's not, so it's... No, I agree. It's like, that's the thing. They could have tried to go for a Jaeger character who tries to, like, turn a new leaf, you know? They could have tried something potentially like that, but no. Had to be this guy who says he's not a bracer, even though he does bracer things. Like, seriously, what the fuck were they thinking? A campsite. Got a fire and everything. Well, duh, Van, I can see that. What brings to mind the sort of campsite a group of heroes might make before the... Yeah. I said the same thing already, dude. Like, seriously, it's not that surprising. Honestly, didn't think Kevin was going to be the MVP for that fight, but I'll take it. 90% chance to inflict MP... Oh, right, this move. Let me see. Who would it be good to equip this to? Hold up. I could have Arc Feather guaranteed. But I wouldn't get Judgment Feather, though. I mean, it's not like I could get Execution anyway. Or actually, I could switch it for Mind. Yeah, because then I can have Execute... No, but I can get Executioner if I get, like, a Mind 3 anyway. Or actually, I should probably switch these two now that I think about it. Because for EX for MP, that doesn't really make sense. Yeah, so let me put MP2. And then Mind 2. Who actually needs Arc Gem? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Oh, Heavenly Fortune. Okay. Yeah, maybe if I give that to someone, then I
メンテ
can
ナン
change
ス
it.
モードに移行しました
Let's see. Nah, I should probably... Yeah, I should put it for something like this. But she already has a Heavenly Fortune too, so I don't need that. Let's see. Would Kevin get it? No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I should give it to Reen to have Arc Feather. Because I don't know if we're going to have really that many good characters left for this. Okay, hold up. I mean, I guess I could give it to Van, so at least he has Arc Feather. And then I can put in... Maybe I should, because then I'd have Executioner. By putting in Pete there. That might actually have to be the answer, I think. I don't know, maybe I'll regret this, but... No, but wait, actually, it's already, like, Impede anyway, so that wouldn't make sense either. Being stupid. Try to put Impede for something that's, like, it's already Impede, and I'm so dumb. Okay, let's see. I mean, yeah, I guess I could just put it here instead. Because again, 8... Yeah, because I'm going to have wind anyway, so... Yeah, I might as well save the MP2 for someone else, so I'll just put Argent Gem here. Yeah. I think for Kevin that actually works. Oh, right, Kevin's stuff now. Oh, that's right, I have a whole bunch of character stones for Reen. Well, I might as well max these out. Or almost max it out, because I'm going to use most of his moveset anyway. Okay, yeah, I could definitely do it for Kevin. Or, no, maybe I should hold it until he gets to level 30, because, again, I'll use most of these moves anyway later on. Yeah. I'm not gonna waste my time talking to everybody. I'm just gonna go check out these zones and I'm gonna fucking leave. Keep forgetting Aaron as a team. Wait, what? Wait, Aaron? Oh, do you mean Van? Aaron, you find out anything about the stone monument? Well, I still don't understand how it functions exactly, but I was able to determine its purpose at least. Apparently it's called a reminiscence pedestal. Oh! This is for those fragments I got, right? That seem like memories or something? It seems to be a device that enables you to view past events recorded in things called memento orbs. Both of them do. Oh, no, right. Because just because Aaron kind of looks like a guy from so long ago, they think he's going to be the same thing, right? I still find that stupid, because they don't even say, like, oh, because his bloodline is like that, or like he's the true living reincarnation. No, it's just because he looks like the guy who became a demon. It's like, oh, he's got to become one. It's like, dude, you know that's only because if you push him to that extent, then he will become a demon. But if you can control him or his emotions, he won't have to. That's one of the dumb things I found with Heiwa and Daybreak 1. It's like, you guys did make him become that thing, you know? He wasn't going to based on how he was behaving before. You're like, you know what? Instead of like waiting for the problem to come, we're gonna make the problem happen. Seriously, how stupid was that? But great, the memento. See, it's a literal copy-paste, but just a quick edit of the Reverie Corridor. It's the same thing. We did that before. Yeah, we'll just skip this. I already know what this is. Okay, that's the workshop and that's decryption. Okay. Good. I'm gonna go here first. Because I think I have a couple. Yeah, I have a couple. Can I actually get 2s, please? Let's just skip all this. Dude, how am I still getting break 1 and HP 1? Dude, we're already at the level where we need 2s. We don't need 1s. connection piece. A mysterious fragment that could glimpse of what could have been. What? The fuck does that mean? Okay, skill stone. EP charge 1. Seriously, why do they keep giving me the 1 stuff? Like, seriously, if you still need these 1 quartz at this point in the game, then you don't know how to play this fucking game. Because you should be having 2s in like at least half the team slots by now. There's no way y'all rolling up with still 1s unless you're trying to make it difficult yourself with that intention in mind. Like, there's no fucking way. Okay. What's unique about going here now? Oh, Grim Arena. Select change avatars from the Grimm's main menu to adjust which characters you want to use for specific functions. Does that even matter? So allow you to partake in various combat challenges as well as a fishing simulator. The fishing simulator. Yeah, we had that before too. Okay, so here I can play stuff from like the casino, right? Yep. We had that too, because we could play the card game over in the Reverie corridor. And let me guess, I can also play basketball here too, right? Dude, it's not that hard to understand. What's a challenge battle? Kruger Warriors and Ice and Shield. Okay. You know what? I'll do that. Yeah, keep this party actually. You know what? I'm gonna go to the arena. If I'm stuck here, I might as well do a battle. Because let's be honest, this isn't gonna be a real challenge. This is gonna be a cakewalk. Dude, I faced these guys in the first game. They're nothing. Okay, but a good number of them inflict burn. Oh, but a lot of them have a turn after us. And so if we have the same fate. True, it's like, give them a unique face. Come on, like, even if you change the design, the base thing is still gonna be the same. You already know that. Okay, let me use this. Good. Now we use this. I gotta say, they definitely made Kevin broken. Dude, Kevin is busted. You get to use his stigma, then you use his buff, and then his S-break? Dude, there's no way anyone's beating me. Like, with that combo, Kevin's just insane. Like, don't get me wrong, Remus speed unification is also good, but you know what? They don't even deserve Reen's S-break. Just because it was simple. Oh damn, they're still alive. Shit. I thought that would take him out. Oh. Oh great. Hey. Yeah. Now you know. You hit me. You're gonna feel the pain. There we go. Yep. See, that easy. Seriously, that isn't even a challenge at this point. Really? That's it? Just find his epic mask? Come on! Spirits Forest. Oh, so I can get the casino stuff here. Okay, that's good at least. Yeah, just use another elixir. I want to put different field exploration music. Nope. Okay. Okay. Wait, they actually brought the track from Cold Steel 2. Oh, right, this exploration music. You know, I'll put this one. Alright, for command battles. Wait, what did I put for field battles? Okay, I actually want that as like... No, actually, let's keep that there. Command battles. I want to find a good command battle song. Oh, this is the opening song. Say what you will about Cold Steel 2 War. Probably right, but that soundtrack is cold. Yeah, that's the thing. The soundtrack for Cold Steel 2 was cold. The story may not have been great, but the music was pretty hype. Yeah, that was a good song. Wait, what? Oh, I can't put that song for the other song? Man, I'll put this one for command battles. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. We'll leave it at that for now. Okay. Let's check this thing out then. Songs my mother taught me. Okay, who's this supposed to be about? Is this... I don't think it'd be Judith, right? Whatever. Let's just get this over with. I'm already stuck here anyway, so I might as well. But we're just gonna read it. The girl had been an orphan her whole life. 50 years had passed since Calvert became a republic, and its new capital, Edith, had grown rapidly in those decades. There had previously been 3 districts, Auburn, Tyrell, and Vantail. There were now 7, and the city's population doubled. However, where there's bright light, dark shadows are cast. The city's explosive growth saw many people left behind in its wake. As people became derelicts, drifters, beggars, urchins, pickpockets, thieves, and bandits. Among them was a little girl orphaned from birth. Something of a pickpocketing savant, having been trained by an old thief. Every day she would take the streets, making marks at the bourgeoisie who went about flaunting their status. As she got along with the old thief, he was prone to violence when he drank, and when she was 12 years old, his chronic disease took him. After pushing the old man's remains to the church, the girl felt a strange mix of relief and emptiness. She then wandered to the city's outskirts. She found herself on a plateau overlooking a gorgeous view. Still under development, several mansions had already been built in the area. As the sun sank in the sky, the mansions appeared empty to the girl. The grand cityscape below her seemed entirely devoid of life.
いずれ盗みに入ってもいいかもな。
Who is this and will it be relevant? Probably not relevant, but I'm assuming maybe this is like the Grimcat legend? But that's just me. She mumbled to herself listlessly and turned to leave, but stopped in her tracks when a fine-looking house at the top of the hill caught her eye. It was white, neither too large nor too small, and had a tasteful air that set it apart from the garish houses of the newly rich. For whatever reason, it was this house that offended the girl far more than any of the grotesquely lavish buildings in the area. She hid herself and snuck a peek at the front lawn. The garden there was carefully maintained, and the grounds in the building modest and clean. It was immediately clear to the girl that this was not the work of a hired gardener or cleaning service. The owner had done all this himself.
気に食わねえ。妙に済ましやがって。 She heard the light tinkling of a piano coming from inside. Melody flitted delicately on the air, accompanied by the sound of a woman's voice singing with a range of vibrancy that belied her years. Before the girl realized this, she walked through the front gate and entered the property, so the music was drawing her in. The mansion's front door wasn't even locked. As she stepped into the house, the girl briefly mused about how careless the owner must be. A small grand piano sat tucked away in the corner of the living room. Their spinning melody and sung neatly together, said a gentle old lady. The girl stood there dumbfounded, the music enveloping her like a mother's embrace. Without realizing it, tears streamed down.
お客様かしら?
Songs my mother taught me end. Seems like it was a memory from a long time ago. Wait, alternate timelines? Wait, hold up. What did it say? Access memories of the past by placing a memento orb. Ah, okay, here we go. As well as peer into alternative timelines to view unseen connection. Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean alternate timelines? Oh god, great, now what? Don't tell me about alternate timelines, man. I'm already stuck with this shit. Oh, okay. I can see the stuff I didn't get to finish with people. Okay. Okay, I see. But will it actually elevate our bond, or does it not involve it at all? Because if it doesn't, I might do some of these like off stream just to like get it out of the way. Because I probably won't care. But again, if I had to assume, you stay your gold, you'll bet. Yeah. But yeah, if I had to guess, maybe this was the start of the Grimcat, you know? Because Dominique, Judith's grandmother, was also an actor and the original Grimcat, right? Then Judith's mother was, and then Judith. And if this is before when there were just 3 cities just becoming 7, I assume it's been a pretty while back. So maybe this is like the story of how the Grimcat became the Grimcat, right? How Dominique became it anyway. At least that's my thought. But again, it probably isn't relevant, so it doesn't really matter. You've already got 2? Nice job. Oh shit, I didn't even know I had auto. Wait, who are you calling phony father? I'm as real as they come, you little punk. Sounds like you two are having fun. Well, I meant to give this a quick try, but I ended up getting sucked in. Even though this is virtual reality, this is such a gem of a spot, feels like I gotta tell my fishing buddy about it. Fishing buddy, huh? Sounds like you got a pretty eclectic circle of friends. You're the last guy I want to hear that from, Mark cried. Anyway, a chance to fish in a spot this nice doesn't come along every day. If I cast that line, you're welcome to join me. Types of fish can be caught will increase as the story progresses. You can also catch fish that you may have missed. Oh, okay, cool.
サーチしようか。腕が鳴るな。
サーチします。
腕が鳴るな。
Okay. Still can't believe this place has a thermi of all things. It really is a magnificent sight. Yeah, it's nice how it's structured to let you enjoy the scenery outside while you bathe. But I think what I like most is how similar the water is to a natural hot spring. Right, actually, now that I think about it, I guess it would make sense for Reen to be interested in this because they have one like this back home in Ymir, right? I completely forgot about that. Yes, that reminds me, Reen. Your hometown is Ymir, correct? Town knows the hot springs paradise. Yeah! That checks out. Makes sense that you got such discerning taste when it comes to bathing. Yeah, I suppose so. Incidentally, it would seem this bathhouse is known as the Holy Spirit Spring. The temperature in the area near us is on the low side, about 86 degrees. So you're saying it's basically a big heated swimming pool? It's a perfect chance for me and S to wear our swimsuits and get flirty poolside. Okay, first off, I take issue with you treating the bathhouse as any kind of swimming pool. Second, you want to get like that, get a room. On the topic of that, we can all use the outdoor area at the same time, as long as we put on our swimwear. If anyone wants a longer soak, you can grab a towel and use the indoor part of the baths. We can set up different times for the men and women there. A fine plan. And I'm gonna make a beeline for the place wherever I need a soak. Yeah, I know how this works. We had something like this before too back then. Yeah, actually, we did have something like that before, right? But I think that was like in the Reverie corridor of Close over again. Yeah. No, but we had a rest spot like this in Trails in the Sky 3rd chapter, right? But it was more like when we took a look at a shiny area in like the pond or something, it gave us like full CP and everything. Look, I could talk with everyone forever, but we've already been here long enough. I'm ready to fucking go. Okay. Dude, I started this at 56. We are now at 5750. How does this happen? Alright, get me the fuck out of here. So end the intermission. Yes, please. I need the main story. Fuck off. Seriously, do you want to progress the main story? Fuck yeah, I want to get to the main story. Fuck the intermissions. I've had enough of them. But if I had to guess, we're probably going to have more intermissions. Complete the... What? What? Huh? Wait. I don't know if you guys saw it, but on my Steam achievements on the bottom right, not only did it say I cleared the intermission, it said I completed the prologue as an achievement. Oh no. Oh no. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Are you gonna fucking tell me this was still the prologue? No! No, it's a joke, right? Like, is it just a timestamp that forgot to, what? Is it just a timestamp that forgot to, activate when I actually did the prologue? Or is this a joke? You better not tell me this is still the prologue. Act 1 was longer than the prologue, and you're telling me this is still the prologue? No! Please tell me that they're joking. Tell me this is some sick prank. Tell me this is April Fool's months away, because if that was really still the prologue, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna actually lose my fucking mind.
素晴らし しい成果ですね。
Some kind of twisted joke. Perfectly put, Divine. Oh my god. You know, if I actually could, this would be a good time for a drink. And again, drink responsibly, people. Only of age. But it really does make me feel like I need a drink right now, because what a fucking headache this is. If this is actually still the fucking prologue. Even though it's called Act 1 and Act 2. That meme is hilarious with Dimitri. Oh, yes, right. From Three Houses, right? Right. I forgot about that. No, yeah, actually, I do remember that now. I think I saw that from a Nico B video.
文句なしだな。
Oh my god. Again, please, someone in the comments when I post this on YouTube, tell me this is a joke. Must have played Trails? Probably. But yeah, in the comments, for those of you who check this out from the YouTube VOD, let me know. Is it a fucking joke that that's an actual achievement? Or does that happen to everyone else who's played up to that point when they finish the intermission? Because if I swear, if it's still the prologue, by that point, then I really want to hit someone. I really want to punch someone in the fucking face right now. Specifically, the person who thought it was a great idea to make the prologue even longer than what the prologue should have been with the preview of the game before the official release, because they really deserve a slug to the face. They really do. Because that is just total asinine. I mean, being able to keep your sanity going through this deserves it. I mean, it does, but not like this. This doesn't make me feel better. Makes you feel like shit. Alright. You see... And now we don't get the Kevin route? This is my hell. This is my eternal hell. Why are you doing this to me? I need a Kevin route. I don't need a Van route. In Van's route, we're just gonna continue wasting fucking time. I want answers. And Kevin's the only one who's been giving me answers. Maybe that's why, right? They need to pad the game because they need to make you feel stupid in order to make Van look like a genius. Is that what it is? Is that why this game's so long? They're trying to make the player feel stupid, and then when Van puts the big revelation, it's like, oh my god, he's the greatest detective of all time. Just because we couldn't keep our sanity to that point. Is that what this is? Is that your fucking sick joke, Trails? Got small party joined. Didn't they learn in Coaster 4? Exactly. Like Coaster 4, at least we did it because of all the memories we had with them, and you kept them with the same squad, and they actually had some meaning in the time when you did that. But now it's like, okay, Reen Route 2, let's fucking go. Hopefully you're in Reen's side, we get some answers. Hopefully. Because again, all we got were questions. Okay, yeah, so this is after we fought Major Amelia in her Excalibur frame. Again, I don't know why she needs an assault frame just to take video and pictures in space. That's still not clarified. I'm guessing it's never going to. Lies beyond the canopy. Okay.
こっちの部屋も盗聴器の類はなさそうだね。
Okay, at least we are checking for wiretaps, because to be fair, considering how many people spy on us all the time, they definitely could.
窓ガラスもしっかりした作りだし、振動解析も難しいんじゃないかな。遠隔シャードの干渉もありません。しばらくキャンセラーを働かせますが。
わかった。ありがとう3人とも。
さ すがに疑いすぎて申し訳なくなっちゃうけど。
Twitch Boy, hey Yuki, what's going on? Good morning. Right, I guess for you it's now the morning, isn't it? I saw you were streaming yesterday. Sorry I couldn't catch it. I just need to go back to sleep because I wasn't feeling well. Feel much better. Is Reen told where you took? Yeah, we're back to Reen's route after being stuck on an intermission. Even though we didn't really need one. Divine, it's gotta be nostalgia bait. Oh, a beautiful scenery, guys would love this. Oh, water, bet Laura would want to swim. They think Sarah like the bar. Feet, yes, we all know. Hey, George, Jesus, yeah.
こっちも立場が立場だ。慎重になりすぎるくらいでちょうどいいだろう。
After the field test, Reen's group enjoyed a modest social gathering with our Republican soldiers, officers, researchers, and maintenance crew. Which way, is it me or is Reen tall enough? I mean, it definitely, to me it kind of feels like it. I think it's probably because he's a bit more, not thinned out, but I think because his tone isn't like, like, his body doesn't look a bit rugged in the way it did in Cold Steel 4, that actually makes him look taller. At least that's just me. The boots? It could be. There might have been enemies once, but no hostility or resentment remained between the two sides. The midday party didn't serve any alcohol, but Director Gotti, Mint, Amelia, and Prince Sharid were able to keep the party alive with their antics. Following that, having left the proving ground, Reen and the company checked in at their hotel in Basel with Mint a little after 5 p.m.
さて、今回の共和国招待の主要ミッションは終了したわけだが、明日にはイーディスに移動。各種接待に有名なシャルダン地区で豪遊って流れだな。
もうそんな流れはありません。
実際のところ接待や会合はかなりありそうな口ぶりでしたが。
Glad to see you. You're okay, and I'm doing okay too. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing kind of okay. Like, health-wise, I'm getting better. I'm not as sick as I was before. But mentally, we just went through a whole cutscene of just people talking, so I'm not in the best condition, but hey, I'm just glad to be at Reen's route again.
あさってには宇宙計画の本命である有人ロケットの打ち上げセレモニーか。
宇宙軍基地で見られたら一番良かったんだけどな。さすがに機密の塊だから外国人には近づけさせないと思う。ま、他にも理由はありそうだけど。はい、あの新型 AF エクスキャリバーでしたか。あの新型にエミリア少佐が登場してロケットで打ち上げられるのは確実だと思う。
Yuki, Twitch buddy, drink water if you need to, okay? Look out for you. Thanks, Yuki. And you know I always got water with me. I always got to. But 5 p.m. is a bit too late for me. A bit dark, especially because... Oh my god. Yes, of course. Ahem. Especially because my color isn't exactly white, but it's not exactly black. Mine's more like the dark blue just before dawn. How'd I do?
多分宇宙空間用に特別に調整された別の機体が用意されてそうな気がするけど。多分間違いないと思うよ。ジェスカール親方にエレちゃん教授も補正値かけた計算式で検証してたし。
Pretty good? Good. Because I know for that quote, I always have to act up a bit for it, you know? Because if Vane's not gonna do it, I'll do the acting. It's the closest we're gonna get to real voice acting. Never let that go. I thought it was so funny. No, I mean, to be fair, it is still pretty funny.
なんかしれっと機密情報にアクセスできているような。
But again, that still doesn't answer the question of why do they need such a sick assault frame just to take video in space? That doesn't answer anything. Because again, like, for meteors or asteroids, you just need something with a lot more mobility, right? But why would you need lasers, arms and legs? Like, being able to combat stuff, you know? It still doesn't explain any of that. It's supposed to be funny humor, which makes it even better. My fave van line.
さすがミント。あらゆる意味でちゃっかりしてる。
That's probably the best thing Van has ever said in the entirety of the series.
それほどでも。
いや、褒めてねえからな。同じくらい情報漏らしてそうだし。
あ、そういえば共和国軍に渡したクロウ先輩の搭乗者データなんだけど、間違えて夜のお店の訪問記録とか渡しちゃったけど、出し直したからいいよね。
おい、つうか財波でロックかけてるファイルじゃねえか。
クロウくん。
アンゼリカ先輩の夜遊びを全く言えないのはともかくとして。
Angelica's travelogue.
問題は宇宙空間に上がるためになぜあの過剰な戦闘力が必要なのかだろ
う。Yes! Thank you! See? Reen is not that stupid like Van. He's asking the big question, which we know Reen does, especially since his time of Cold Steel 3 and 4. His unclouded eye is the real deal. He's asking the real questions. The questions we want answered. And it's a good question. Why do they need something like that to take video and pictures from space? It doesn't make sense. There has to be something that they're expecting. But I doubt it's something stupid like aliens. Because again, that would be the topic of conversation, wouldn't it? Especially with all the space craze going on. But no one's talking about it. As if like they've already made up their minds that there is no extraterrestrial life. So if that's not gonna be the reason as to like, if people ask that question, that's how they would respond, then what is it for? Thank you. Thank you, Reen. See, Van, you could learn from Reen. He's asking the real important questions. And the questions we want answered. Not the question that is like, oh, what should I eat for lunch today? Or what part should I buy next for my car? No.
Dana.
Because again, they also wanted it to be good enough that it could fight off against Reen and Crow, the Azure Knight and the Azure Chevalier. Why would it need to be that strong? You know? It doesn't make sense to me. Because again, if it was just a regular assault frame, you didn't need that mock fight. Or at the very least, when we fought against the regular soldiers, that should have been enough data for them, especially since we also did drills. There's no reason that your main pilot had to go on a battle against us. Maybe for tips, sure. Maybe a session where we showed the differences between our mechs, that would be understandable. But why did we have to fight each other to show like, oh, can this fight well against foes like these? Unless they're expecting a foe like that. But what would it even be?
実際、共和国軍とベルヌグループは途方もない成果を上げたと思います。短期でリーンさんとクロウさんの期待をあそこまで翻弄したのですから。
I mean, to be fair, I still won that fight, and I also didn't lose anybody in the party.
ま、背後になんかいたっぽいけど、機体の戦闘力は間違いなく世界最高。
You know, I will also say that fight was still a bit bullshit in the sense that, again, if you're gonna have lasers take turns, like the projectile laser, like drones that the Excalibur had, I should be able to attack them with their HP bars separate, you know? We had that stuff happen before in other Trails games, and hell, even in the East series with different limbs, appendages, or sidekicks, or brains, or crystals and hearts, they have different HP bars. Why did this, it's like, oh no, you have to attack the main unit only, and all the other ones, it's like, you can't touch the drones. I feel like that is a bit ridiculous. Because again, in a real situation, and I know it's hard to say a real situation considering this is a fantasy-like game, such sci-fi, but I should be able to hit them, you know? You know, so Trails arc like Star Trek, I think could be kind of cold. Maybe let your heroes Trails of Stardust, I don't know, could be cool. Yeah, true, because Beyond Horizon is a bit of a mouthful. Trails of Stardust, that actually sounds cool. Because also, think about it, we went from Trails in the Sky, Azure, Zero, Cold Steel. They're all some pretty dope names for titles. Daybreak, it's alright. It's maybe like on the same level of the naming for like Zero and Sky, but Beyond the Horizon is definitely too much of a mouthful. But Trails of Stardust, though, that would be a pretty cool title. I'm not gonna lie.
それを何に使うかって話だよね。
Yeah, that is the big question. But how do we even figure that out?
宇宙空間でもたまに隕石のかけらとかは飛んでるらしいけど。
Yes, see? And it also makes sense Toa would know to ask these questions too, because her father was an astronomer, or was at least researching astronomy at the time, before he passed. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, maybe you could claim it's to deal with meteors and asteroids, but again, if that was the problem, you only need mobility. You don't need like offensive powers. And again, what about heat-seeking missiles, you know? Even if space is a vacuum, it's like, do you really need something with that much firepower though? Because again, it's like, you wanted to make sure it was strong to face the Ashen Chevalier and the Azure Knight, head to head, 1 against 2. What the heck do you think you're going up against it? That's tough, you know? Yeah, the group of villains being aliens could have cool motives, etc. Like, can't be worse than Ouroboros, which, you know, yeah, true. They really have made Ouroboros like a second-hand joke or something like that. When it's like, they're supposed to be the cool bad guys. Like, McBurn, he was a cool bad guy. Weissman, best villain on all of Trails. Luciola definitely had a lot of mystery to her. Sharon, she was pretty badass. And Campanella, always the trickster like he is.
かといってあれで軍事的優位性をってのもちょっと違う気がするしね。
Right, because that's the thing. It's like, also, if it was for military use, they would have applied it on all the other frames that we fought against. But it was only on her frame, meaning it's needed for space. But why would you need that for space?
正直、現時点で帝国軍を余裕で上回ってるし、あの機体ピーキーすぎて乗れる人限られるよ。
Yeah.
ああ、俺たちですら扱いきれるかどうか。そうなると、明日首都に移動するにしても、そのあたりは探っておきたいかもな。
And also, that's the other thing. Even if you were to make the argument you needed to avoid asteroids and stuff, you still have supposedly your best pilot in the history of Calvert, Major Amelia, controlling the sticks, right? So if she's such an amazing pilot, why couldn't just a normal ship work for her, you know? But do the devs like really like men? She gets a lot of screen time for NPCs. True, I never really thought of that. Because think about it, she's been there through the entirety of the adventures since like Cold Steel 1 to Cold Steel 4. Cold Steel 1 not as much presence, but definitely started at Cold Steel 2. Then 3 and 4. And now this. It is interesting now that I think about it.
わかりました。最大限サポートさせてください。
まあ、アークライドやピクニック隊の様子を見てると他にもいろいろありそうだが。
そちらも含めてかな。いざとなったら定常で情報交換するのもありだし。うん、その意味ではアルティナちゃんの持ってきてくれた話は本当に助かるかな。そう言っていただけると結社方面の状況も気になりますが。
聞いたように第4領域へのアクセスの連絡があるかもしれない。そちらに対応するかは考えるとして、せっかくですし理科大学も含めて回ってトワ先輩の用事も済ませましょうか。
あ、うん個人的な用事でごめんね。
Oh right, she wanted to go check out the observatory, right?
気にしない気
With the
にしない
giant telescope?
というか私も結構興味がある。あ、その時は私も呼んでね。望遠鏡の調整とか手伝えると思うし。
You know, it'd be crazy if, like, by the end of this, where that observatory is that Quatre's always at, there's like a secret panel that leads underground, or the entire floor just flips and there's a completely different secret lab that Quatre didn't even know about. That's been Professor Hamilton's project and that's where she's always been there the whole time.
天文台での星空ウォッチング
That'd be crazy. Be
タイムリ
cliche,
ーっちゃタイムリーだが
but it would be a great way of showing like Quattro never really knew Professor Hamilton, right? Because again, Quattro's been with Hamilton for a good part of their lives, and yet it's like, what is this? You know, like this isn't what I expected from you, and what even is this? And I never even knew you were doing stuff like that. You know, I don't know. What else do what? Twitch streamer Wowzer OMG. Was this Totally Spy? No, it's offensive to Totally Spy. True. Dude, Totally Spies. What a show back then, man. Seriously, you can't beat old cartoons nowadays. New cartoons just suck.
きな臭そうな宇宙計画とは違ってそっちは気楽に楽しめそうだな
確かにそれまでに情報収集や 4SPG も済ませておきましょう
What? I still have more for... How do I still have more 4SPGs? It's the same day! Oh my god, this game really is trying to kill me. We're over exhaustion. Because seriously, we have more to do? Like, touring the rest of Basel, sure, but you're seriously telling me I have to do more Force BGs? You all suck. Lightweight outfits. Dude, lightweight outfits are literally just only take off the coat. I'm good. Huh? I mean, I'll go to the hotel room, but I wonder what this does for me. Huh? What? Why is this a thing? I don't understand. I guess maybe as like an option for when I'm done? Honestly, what's the point? You know what? I'm not even gonna ask anymore. A call? It's from him. Oh, right, Jonah, right? Got an update on our Grim Guard progress. We managed to nail down a route of attack into the fourth domain. I see. The third domain had a distinctive structure. But evidently, unlocking the next area still didn't pose much of a problem. Well, duh. I get the magic touch. We updated the factory and the Grimoire decryption services too. So keep on launching your invasion from that lobby place you guys have. Understood. I'll be counting on further analysis from your end. Though the garden can be tackled at any time from the fourth domain onward, some events may change or vanish if not properly triggered. Additionally, the party members available to participate may be limited depending on your progress in the main storyline. Fine. Ben 10 is getting a reboot comic series. It's gonna be a bit darker, which could be... Really? Okay. Interesting. Good to know. Oh, okay, so it's like, I could do this if I want to. But I could also save it for later. Okay. Oh, right, we can go watch more movies. Okay. Oh, and he has something new to shop. What you got? Oh. Wow, a snack. A snack is the difference here. Really? Gotta be fucking kidding me. MedStar product received a report for some inexplicable reason only to test bikes provide. Of course, to test the bikes. Alright, let me see what else we got. Oh, do we have new orbments? Please say we have the level 3s now. Please? No, okay, we don't. Oh, but we have Rock 2. That's good. Oh, we have Gaiaverse. Perfect. Thank you. That's the kind of stuff I need. Are you serious? Dude, I've needed these much earlier. I still don't know why we don't have the level 3 stuff, but hey, I'm at least happy we have this. Can make Silver Ring 2? Okay, okay. This looks very promising. Okay, what about plugins? Are they the same? Yeah, they're the same, okay. Oh, okay, here we go.
ありがとうございました。いらっしゃい。ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。
Alright, let me check. What do I need? Okay, I need burn 2. Okay, I need burn 2 and seal 2. Let me get that real quick. Because I'm not going to waste you materials on this. Seal 2. Stellar verse. Stellar verse. Okay, stellar, lunar. Okay. Okay, so yeah, give me Tempest verse. Give me Dawn Star. And give me Misty. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. That's what I'm talking about. Give me the good stuff. Okay, better. I just need shield 3. Oh, right, I can change this ruby ring thing. Okay, hold up. Let me get that too. Get the crimson ring. Oh, I can also get indomitability. Might actually want that. Oh, and I can make serendipity? Okay. Oracle? Yeah, I know what Oracle does. Recluse? Yeah. Oh, Hidden Vein? Okay. That could be worth it. And Mercy? Yeah, I know how that works. Yes, let me switch this for... A lot of white hair with this group. Oh, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, I guess it kind of is, because also Reen used to have his hair turn white whenever he went to Spirit Unification. Oh, okay, yeah, this is where I need serendipity. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, because I have Fortune on him. There. Jeez, look at my boy Reen. Come on. Ooh, time and fire. Ooh, I can have mind break with this? Might be. Cobalt ring, okay. Okay, yeah, let me get Cobalt ring. Okay, Cobalt, Amethyst. Okay, Cobalt. Where's the okay, yeah, Onyx ring. Mercy. Yeah. And Indigo. Look, I might as well do this. They already made me do so much cooler. Wishes hair still turned white. Same! I wish they actually kept that. That was actually one of the cooler transformations. Yeah, switch this for Mercy. Good. Okay, let's see. Where's it? Oh, yeah, I also need the Aquaverse thing. Shit. Onyx ring. Good. Ah, oh, damn, I need another Dawn Star. Yeah, so give me another Dawn Star real quick. Then give me another Crystal Verse. And then... I already have this. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, right, here we go. My bad. Don't know why I was having a hard time understanding that. Let's see. I'm just making sure I need some. Oh, recluse. Recluse. Okay, so I need recluse and maybe indomitability? Can I even make that? Let's see. Okay, I can't make indomitability. But can I make recluse? I probably can. Yeah, there we go. Good. Yeah, so where is it? Where is it? Oh, here we go. There we go. Oh wait, where did I need to put the shit? I don't remember. Let's see. Where was it? Oh, right, decoy. There we go. Okay, good. How did Shizuna copy that ability? I do hope they explain Shizuna, because so far she's just been used to go, oh look how strong she is, and like, they haven't explored much with it. Maybe in an event? Yeah, they still really haven't. Because again, even if you say she's more talented, it's like, that took Rina a lot of effort to reach and to actually master too, so I really do hope we get an explanation, but knowing Trails, they're probably not going to tell us anything. But all we can do is hope. Alright, I think we're good. What are our stats now? Ooh, okay. Actually, let me check our stats real quick. Okay. Not too bad. At least hopefully I can also make stuff in the garden later. I'll probably get the grind there too, but that's for later. I am glad we have new stuff though. Oh, new blade. I have money, so definitely gonna do that. Damn, I also just realized I didn't even enhance our stuff. But then again, I probably don't even have to. Considering I'm already doing pretty well with what we have. Dude, seriously, why would you want the military jacket when you could get this? Like, it's only slightly less expensive. Okay, let me sell all this stuff now. So green stuff. All our weapons. Yeah, survival vest, they go too. I don't think we need to put the new boots yet. Yeah, it doesn't change that much. Only the arts resistance by like 6-7 points, so I think we're good. Oh, the shield. Ooh, okay, the shield build looking nice though. Okay, I'm taking one of those. Just for when we need it in the future. Actually, let me sell some of these titanium earrings. Let me sell like 9 of these. Yeah, just because I have way too many of those. Just check this. We're good. Alright. Oh, my bad. That wasn't the door. So dumb. Let's just check out a movie real quick, because I'm already doing useless stuff anyway. Hey, Golden Blood's here. Cool. And Perfect Driver too, okay. I mean, I technically already watched it too. Wait, what do you mean not view? Oh, right. Reen's party hasn't watched it. I mean, this party isn't really like having any Mishi fans, so I think we're fine. Yeah, we'll check out Golden Blood, why not? Rated 15. Dude, you know we are already playing a rated game just because this is Daybreak, right? Like, come on. Can we not act like we actually need the rating for a movie and a game considering the game's already rated? Like, come on. Like, why even have that? The sinister pharmaceutical company seeks to shake the very foundation of the world with a deadly engineered virus. Tasked with stealing its design documents, Zoe and her partner Rick begin sniffing for clues, which leads them to the chief developer of the lab. Zoe attempts to get close to her target in a way that she, as an A-class spy, does best. Oh, wait, okay, no. I already saw this scene. I remember that. Yeah, we saw it in the earlier games. Hell yeah, that was awesome. That part where Judith Lansdale showed us the goods? Perfection. The director really did his homework on what men want. Crow. Anyway, this is only the R15 version, right? Wow, seems they pushed the envelope on what was allowed. You think so? This is way toned back from the R17 cut they released last. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. It's like, we saw that earlier. That one had a scene where she was... Then there was a risque catfight with a female researcher. Oh dear. Sounds like the actress was really put through the ringer. I mean, it is director Gotti after all. Are you alright, Altina? You've been pretty quiet. There is something that's been bothering me. I know I can't do anything about it at this point, but I am 17 years old now. Yet in spite of that, and the fact I've grown taller, I still ask for my ID to verify my... Oh, shit. Right. I keep forgetting that. Right, because her and Milliam supposedly seem to grow differently. Oh, that's what you hung up about? Don't sweat it. At least you got some growing left to do, unlike a certain other shorty here. True, Toa's always gonna be the same. Wow, really sealed your fate there, pal. Seriously, does Crow want to die today? It's okay. I'm used to it at this point. I've been asked for my ID more times than I can count. Doesn't matter to me that it took longer for them to verify my age than Altina's. Not one bit. Yeah, true, because that was also kind of the thing back then. She still looked like such a cute kid back then, even in high school. Ah, that's funny. That's actually a pretty funny moment to have with the gang. You know what? I salute you for that. Because again, it's like, at the very least, you can kind of at least tell that Altina has grown. Does she? How much taller can Altina grow? She's a graduate right now. Kind of stopped growing afterwards. Yeah, but I mean, hey, it's Trails. Anything's possible by this point. Like, we dealt with knights from space. We dealt with a goddess. We dealt with demons. A guy trying to make himself beyond an angel. It's like, by this point, are we really surprised at what they can do? Hell, we battled a literal demon called McBurn in Cold Steel 4. And hell, we fought androids in Trails into Reverie. If anything, we're following the Dragon Ball saga, so who knows, maybe we'll be fighting other universes later on too, because Goku fought Devilman, he fought the androids. We're seriously on the path to that at this point, I'm thinking. Oh, we can still watch another movie. Perfect Driver. Okay. Okay, I don't think I saw this movie. I think we watched Perfect Driver, the first movie, in Trails Through Daybreak 1, I think. Philip, a young fledgling Z1 race car driver, is the son of Louis Adler, the legendary racer. Tormented by the crushing weight of his father's legacy, Philip rebels against him, shattering the bond they held in the process. Shortly thereafter, Louis gets into an accident and perishes on the spot. Little time to process the untimely death of his father, Philip is thrust into the Grand Prix, his focus fractured, his will dwindling. Then the final lap of the race, when all hope of victory was nearly lost, the words of his father echo in Philip's mind.
いつだって目指すべきはゴールじゃない。その先にあるものだ。いつかお前にとってのそれを見つけ出す日がきっと来るだろう。
抜け出した！フィリップ選手、前大会チャンピオンのマックス選手を抜いた！先頭を行く弱小ワークスレノ。勢いは火がついたように止まらない。
俺のことは眼中になしか。あいつは一体何を見ているんだ？
僕もやっと見つけたよ。自分が本当に目指すべきもの。失ってから気づくってのはなんとも皮肉なもんだけど。今からあなたを超えるルイス・アドラー。伝説のレーサーのレコード。 あんたの息子が塗り替えてみせるさ。
お待たせしました。サルバトーレ・ゴッチ監督が手掛けるパーフェクトドライバーゼロ。来月公開のこの注目作とドレッドパワー社より発売される新たなドリンクマキシマムエナジー、そのコラボレーションを発表させていただきます。
I just know Kevin would be rolling right now. He'd just be laughing on the ground, rolling at like, dude, you're advertising now? Wait, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I didn't even notice. How in the hell? Oh my god, bro. How is this a thing? How did Celis ends up being a spokesgirl for this? I have to know. How the fuck did this happen? I swear to God. Dude, I know Celis is also beyond pissed because if she notices that the legendary Ashen Chevalier and Asher Knight are being introduced to her like this, she's never gonna live this shit down. Oh, and if Van was to learn of this, dude, he'd be making fun of her in front of Master Burgard for like years. Yes, we get it. You're sponsoring fake Red Bull with fake NASCAR. We get it. Or not fake NASCAR, but fake Formula One. We get it.
先日よりこのマキシマムエナジーを撮影の合間に暗飲させてもらっておるが
My bad. Not fake, but pseudo Formula One and pseudo Red Bull. Or my bad, pseudo Monster energy drink. My bad. I keep forgetting Monster's also a thing.
仕事や勉強やドライブでの疲労回復はもとより夜のお供にも最高じゃぞ
Dude, this has to be a joke on Monster, right? Because of the green color. I'd be surprised if instead it was actually Red Bull, but I mean, I guess it could also be that.
監督そのあたりでですが映画同様パンチの効いた飲み応えなのは間違いないかと。こちらのキャンペーンガールの方も気に入って愛飲されているくらいですし。
リオンに監督後で絶対殺す。
Seriously, how the fuck did you get roped into this? I'm gonna be so curious. How the hell did she end up doing this? I'll get Gotti guy this. He knows how to put on a hell of a show. Yo, someone give me a camera and then give me Van's phone number. I gotta send this to him. That display is so over the top, it's making me nauseous. Also, I have a few choice words for whoever designed that risque outfit. An energy drink themed promotion for a motorsports oval film, huh? Pop culture sure is something. I had the same thought when I first came here. Wait, haven't I seen those two somewhere before? What on earth are those two doing? Good question. Again, they're supposed to be Dominions. How the hell did they... You know what, again, maybe I just shouldn't ask. No, I want to interact with them. No, I want to talk to them. I want to see how they ended up like this. This is crazy. Dude, seriously, if Van was here, he'd be... Him and Kevin would be rolling and then sharing a drink. Oh, Celis. You become even more of a joke than you were in Daybreak 2. And I didn't think they could stoop you any lower than they already did. Now, this is just sad. Anyway, team, let's move on. We got real important stuff to do. Even though the Dominion said they had important stuff to do, yet here they are just advertising for a quick buck. Anyway, yeah, we'll just explore all the areas and then possibly do some quests. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, to be fair, it's like 2 in the morning right now for me, so... And to be fair, I still have a lot of energy, so... Maybe we'll actually get more stuff done. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Been an unsavory office gossip among the employees. About the CEO. Okay. Dude, again, just ask the guild. It's just rumors. Why do we have to do this? You know what? I honestly should stop asking. I know I keep asking, but I really should stop knowing that it's like it's never gonna stop. Okay, what y'all got here? Trade, I guess? Oh, it is. Okay, stat. What the hell are these crested? Whoa! Hold up, hold up, hold up. What is this? Holy fucking shit. Yellow Dragon Jinhua Wallet. Item drop rate plus 90%? Stellar Bead Rose. What the fuck? Max HP 2000, max EP 200, strength ATS 30, speed 15? Bro. From now on, I have to buy like 2 of every item from now on. Planet Ring. Speed and movement 15, okay. Blade Crest, strength 20, 200 accuracy, 20 crit? Turn CP 10? Shield Crest, okay, plus. 150 of that, 10 evasion, immunity. Damn! Dude, what the fuck? That is outrageous. Alright, how many Human-Tears do I even have? What do you have to know? Oh, I'm back at 97 again. Okay. My bad. I thought I had, like, more, but I don't. Okay. Oh, okay, this is why I do the titanium earrings. Yeah, let me just do that now. This, okay. What does the yellow metal do again? Alright, yellow pendulum and that, okay. Well, like I said, I might need 2 of everything from now on, so... Might as well. Damn, seriously, that's some insane items. Okay, how do I do this again? Probably had to enter the hotel, I think. Or, I mean, the inn? Or is that upstairs? I don't even know. Oh, it is here. Oh, it's oh, it's the major and the father. Okay. A new recipe. Take some of these. This. 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 Yeah, Major Amelia and General Herring.
Hi. 先ほどはどうも。
やあ、そちらは観光の続きかね。
Major Amelia and General Herring? Hello. Take you two are here for dessert.
ああ、2人ともこの後軍の艦艇でゼクー基地に戻るのだが。久々に娘とプライベートで会ったのでエンガディーナでも食べていこうとなってね。
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, to be fair, he is a military man, and she's been Hermes for a while.
そうだ、ホールで頼んじゃったし、よかったらあなたたちも食べていかない？うかつなことして、そちらのお嬢さん方に悪いことしちゃったお詫びも兼ねて。
I guess we can take you up on that, though the professor did already treat us to the same thing for breakfast. Indeed, every restaurant family has their own unique nuts torte recipe, it seems. I look forward to trying it. It'd be our pleasure to join you.
すまないね、不肖の娘が。
No, don't be sorry. It's on us for being caught so flat-footed. We can just chalk that up to our lack of experience. Hey, I'm not one to to look a cheap pecking gift horse in the mouth, but anyway, yeah, she definitely blindsided me there for sure. Interesting. So you didn't get to see each other much during the planning phase? Nope. This guy's had his head buried in work, being in charge of the whole op and all. And I've been stuck doing training, and more training. Poor Papa. He must be so lonely without me around. Were you a more discipled daughter, perhaps I would be. You did things like joining the military in spite of my objections. Worked your way up the ranks until you became an ace pilot. Then you volunteered for the front lines of the war. May have earned you military accolades, but it came at the price of injury and early retirement. You're still holding that over my head? Come on. I helped stop the invasion right out the gate, so cut me some slack. And hey, even if it's only a temporary thing, I'm back in the game now, aren't I? Never keep a good military gal down. I suppose I can't argue with you on that point. You say this is a temporary arrangement. What do you plan to do once the project is over then? Gonna hang up the military cap again? That's more or less the plan, yeah. Though it may depend on how negotiations go with the people higher up in the pecking order. For the record, I'll have no say in that. You'll need to make your case with military affairs yourself. Seriously? That's just great. Have an easier time bargaining with a brick wall. You sure you want us hearing this stuff? I mean, it's not like it tells them anything, you know? Like, they're not giving a secret away. Still, you two seem really close. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Might be partly because my mom passed away early on. I also used to go camping with him as a kid whenever he was on leave. She can be quite a handful at times, but honestly, that's what makes her so endearing to me. It pains me thinking this might be the last time we can meet together like this. Huh? Because of the rocket launch, I'm guessing? Yeah. I mean, it will be the first attempt of its kind in human history, so the chance of everything going belly up isn't zero. Still, it's probably safer than when I was hauling ass making deliveries on S-level difficulty routes. Don't equate your reckless bouts of whimsy with something as important as a rocket launch. I'm guessing that's what you did for rehab after your injury. I've heard the delivery woman Hermes has dropped by the Free Cities on business from time to time. Yeah, I heard about all the things you got up to there too, freelance contractor Armbrust. From cracking down on human traffickers to mediating corporate disputes. Got quite the resume. You're more like a Spriggan than a Bracer. But the cases you handle on a much larger scale by the sound of it. See, that's what I'm saying. Crow's more of a Spriggan. Someone's done their homework. Take you studying up on my past. Because also, that's the thing, is like, Crow's at least done 30 stuff before. Like, almost assassinated Osborn. I mean, technically it worked, but then he still lived because of that superpower. It's a given. No, rest assured your criminal history in the Empire is of no concern to us. Like with Schwarzer, thoroughly scrutinized the CID report on you, and after the fact, gave your invitation by stamp of approval. Neglected to express my gratitude during the social gathering due to all the people in attendance. Thank you. It's because of you that the program's chances of success have gone up, even if only slightly. I'm grateful to you, both as the man in charge of the project, as the father of the woman before you. Huh. General. I'll be frank, I still think this whole thing is suspicious as all get out. But I'll take your thanks at face value for now. I don't know if it's our place to ask, but what are the odds of success? How should I put this? Let's just say I have reason to think it'll be higher than the time when you dispelled the Twilight.
だからどうか、今回については私たちに任せて。
Really? Because I mean, I get that the odds were slim with the Twilight, but you make it sound like it's on that kind of scale when supposedly it isn't.
あなたたちの掴んだ可能性も受け取って、私たちは必ず勝利してくるから。
Okay, we're definitely not talking about just a space travel, because again, what we had to handle was way worse and more of a hurdle than this. Don't get me wrong, space travel is a difficult thing, but in the face of all our facts, it's like, come on.
キンケイド君から聞いたが、明日には首都に移動するそうだな。
当日打ち上げセレモニーに出るようだし、どうか楽しみながら見届けてくれたまえ。
I'm sure we will. Good luck. We'll be rooting for you. You got spirit, I'll give you that. In fact, I go so far as to bet have my chips on your chances. I don't know, yeah. To me, it definitely seems like they're talking more than just a space launch to me. Whatever. We'll see sooner or later anyway. Huh? What, someone's watching us? Talk about having white-knuckle determination. Like, damn. I know what you mean. Honestly though, I can't get a read on how they truly feel about the program. But I can't tell they're dead set on making it a success. Sure, the same is true for the president. Personally, I think it's fishy that they just move forward with withholding information from not only other countries but also the guild. It doesn't look like they're doing this for personal gain, or even that they're acting only in the interest of the country. So what's their aim? Good question. Regardless, the notion of standing to the side and simply watching these events unfold doesn't sit well with me. I feel much the same way now as I did when Mil Mirage was proposed as a countermeasure to Yomengarner. Right. Instead of chaining our fate to that plan, we, the Radiant Wings, took the disguise and charted our own course. Yeah, that's exactly right. And we're to do the same thing here. At the very least, we need to get to the bottom of just what it is they're preparing for. Like with the Great Twilight, there's something more going on here that meets the eye. Until we know what that something is, I think we should hold off on making any moves. Makes sense. Okay, now that we've honed in on what we need to do, you guys ready to get to work? I certainly am. Let's do this, everyone. Not just because it's the Thor's way of doing things, but because our Calvardian neighbors need our help. I mean, to be fair, I don't think we really needed to. But I guess that's to, like, show that it's like, they have an idea of what's going on, right? Like, they at least know something's up. Because that's what I'm saying, is like, this definitely seems more than just, like, traveling to space. Because also it's like, you're going to try to compare going to space to the Great Twilight. And don't get me wrong, in today's society, it is definitely not easy to go to space and to come back. Don't get me wrong, I'm not undermining that. But I'm talking in the sense of the setting of the game and all our experiences in the Trails journey. The Great Twilight was a fucking disaster. And we barely survived that through the skin of our teeth. So it's like, trying to compare that with this, it's like, nah. There's definitely something more going on that's like, they make it seem like it is. Good evening. Ready to answer your bulletin board posting we saw? Would you happen to be Mr. Taoming from Red Star? I am, but aren't you the group from Thor's military academy way over in the Empire? And all that talk about you acting as proxy springers is true after all. Wait, so you put up a Force PG already knowing that? And that's somewhat surprising. Well, to tell you the truth, I consulted with the Bracer Guild first, seeing as this pertains to civil safety. But they told me there was a party from Erebonia acting in Arcade Solutions' stead, some of whom were involved in orbital bike development. This also being an orbital bike matter, I decided you would be better suited to taking it on. So that's it. Makes me wish we brought George or Angelica with us. Sounds like Alex has our backs though, as far as pushing work on us goes. At any rate, I'd be much obliged if you could hear out my request. This is our mechanic in charge of maintenance. If there's anything you don't understand about the job, talk to him. Name's Hongley. Nice to meet you. Not the part of my resume I expected to land me working in the Republic. But hey, no complaints here. So give us the deets. Test bikes are on the fritz or something? Yes. According to the reports we received from customers taking our bikes out on test drives, apparently they'll experience engine stoppage or abnormal motor rotation under specific conditions. Hasn't caused any runaways or other full-blown accidents yet, but it's only a matter of time. Under specific conditions, you say? How curious. I should also mention that we disassembled the bike to inspect, but none of the components were worn, damaged, or out of specification. On top of that, only our demo models are affected. There have been no reports on the ones being sold. That's another oddity to keep in mind then. Especially if checking the parts didn't bring you any closer to the cause. Actually riding the bike and reproducing the conditions would definitely narrow down the candidates. Though of course, that'd be a dicey proposition. No worse than any of the shit we've trudged through already. In fact, I say it makes us even more qualified. You certainly are eager to dive headlong into peril. I guess that's to be expected from pioneers of horrible biking. So does that mean we can count on your aid? Yeah, I mean, what's the problem? Oh, chaos? Let me guess, someone's gonna be like tampering with it? Leave it to us. No matter the cause, if there's any chance of an accident, it's best dealt with as soon as possible. Oh, wonderful. I couldn't possibly be more grateful, but tremendously relieved at that. Our pleasure. Now, can you start by showing us the bikes in question? Yes, follow me.
そんじゃ片付けると
This is one of our demo models used at the Motor Pavilion. No signs of faulty maintenance or missing parts that I can see. Yeah, nothing strikes us out of the ordinary. To the best of our know-how, anyway. I performed a shard echo detection as well, but there doesn't appear to be any internal damage. This might be as far as we can get when it isn't running. In that case, yep, on to the quick and dirty method. As I thought, actually seeing it go out of order mid-drive would be our most reliable bet. Would you mind us taking a bike out for a short road test? Not like we didn't already figure there'd be some risk. I'll be back in one piece before you know it. By all means, go right ahead. Before that, you also mentioned that the malfunctions only happen under specific conditions. Could you tell us more about them? Of course. They're prone to occurring during sudden accelerations and decelerations, tight turns, and other sharp movements. Or in more extreme cases while performing stunts such as wheelies or drifts. Customers who engage in these acts will reportedly experience such engine cutoffs and brake failures. You gotta be kind of a tool to pull that stuff off on barred property, test driver or not. But on the flip side, that means a safe driver wouldn't have as many problems. Regardless, so long as the cause remains unknown, the latent risk may be no different. Right. Can't afford to ignore this. A deeper investigation will go a long way here. Great. The two of us will take one of these puppies out for a spin. Alright. We appreciate you putting yourself in harm's way for this. And took the demo out for the drive. You swap between it and Crow's bike, which also brought in case of emergency. Ah, okay, good. Pushing 800 salvage an hour. How's it going? Any problems yet? Nope, far from it. We're perfectly stable so far. There's not much vibration or noise either. Means we're a pretty comfortable ride, actually. Huh. Mind if we switch off? Yep. Doesn't raise a fuss if I up the speed while driving normally. Goes along just as smooth as my own wheels, too. So what do we try this? $1,250 salvage per hour now. Any luck? I opened the throttle pretty hard. Still no dice. If only we had a better idea what it takes to make this thing go haywire. What do you mean? We just said it. What now? Trying to replicate the conditions they mentioned is getting us nowhere. Well, unlike us, the folks who demoed these bikes didn't know squat about them acting screwy. Maybe there's some element we're subconsciously overlooking here. Dude, come on, we already talked about it. They already said when they tried those other tricks before. Hey, Imperial Heroes. Short time no see. You guys checking out the sights? Though I can't say it looks like you're having much fun. Major Amelia. Wait, do you have to return to base? A little off track if you hadn't noticed. I'm just touring around. My schedule's about to be packed solid, so I figured I'd wrap up a quick run through this route. I see. Well, not to interrupt, but do you think we could pick your brain for a second? Uh-huh. I getcha. In that case, how about the three of us have ourselves a race? A race? Right, because that would actually create the perfect condition. the chance where you would drive recklessly, right? I guess that's the point. There's a good way to push this thing into going out of whack. No better excuse to tear up the pavement and bust out the stunts. Exactly. Try to force the issue and you could be at it forever. But cutting loose with a little competition instead will let the problem replicate itself naturally. Right, because if we're expecting the worst, it probably won't happen, right? Not unless the conditions somehow happen. But sometimes through luck, or in this case being unlucky, in certain situations, it will happen. It's like when people somehow accidentally make like a half-court shot at the end of a game. It's like somehow it just like hits the rim and the backboard at the right angles that then just get in like the last second. It does make a certain sort of sense. Alright, I'm convinced. Consider your challenge accepted. Something tells me you just want to have one last showdown for the road. Am I that obvious? Give me some credit though. If there's horrible bike trouble, you can bet I'll chip in. Still, a race is a race. Better take it seriously. Say no more. After all the guinea pig work we did for these things back in Erebodea, funny and in just ain't an option. Right. Even if we won out in the end, today's training exercise taught us the hard way not to underestimate you. So if it's a battle of the bikes you won, Major Amelia, it's a battle you'll get. Alright, now that I'm all warmed up, ladies first chance. Fastest chick on 2 wheels doesn't play around. Fine. Time to show off the custom work I got done in the free settings. They sure are fired up. Guess I better match them. Well, well, look at you two locked in. Okay then. How do you like this? She's a professional, alright. Don't throw in the towel just yet. Got a rep to uphold here. Catch her in the bend up ahead, Reed. On it. You won't push this bike to its breaking point anytime soon unless I ride to win. Should've known you'd keep up. Still a hair behind. Major Amelia's skills are on a whole other level. That much is obvious. Same could be said for her bike's performance too. Speed is her style, so odds are it's customized for acceleration. Which means my best shot of beating her is to... I mean, if she's already best acceleration, then I kinda can't win against her, right? No, I guess I kinda have to match up, because if I just maintain the same speed, she'll just get further. I'm pulling ahead. Trying to outsprint me, huh? You got guts. Where'd that burst of speed come from? Couldn't have been just a turbocharger. Just a little space engineering I brought into play. Not that there's anyone else who can handle it. Okay, time to really step on it. Don't tell me. Just when things were heating up. Good back there, Reen? Should be able to keep my balance until it slows down enough. But the engine... Yeah, looks like it's completely shut itself off. Yeah, made it through somehow. Hey, it takes skill rolling to stop it that clean. But anyhow, 100 to 1 says we just found a malfunction. Right, there's no smoke coming out. I didn't hear any parts breaking. The gauges don't suggest they were overheated either. Better pop it open and look inside then. Only question is, where? There's something about the way the engine died. Mind letting me take a peek at the speed limiter and safety devices? The limiter and safety devices? You don't suppose... Had my doubts, but yep, I was right on the mark. Looks like the limiter sent a signal to all the safety devices at once, Was the engine to shut off? Ah, right. So it's like, it tried to like quick auto lock. So it's just defective? I think anybody involved would have been able to guess that much. Not a defect actually. Everything's operating exactly as intended. Oh, I see. Right. Again, it's only based to like just people just doing it casually, but they didn't account for like people who just take it for a spin, you know? Didn't think about the worst case scenario. In other words, it was engineered to work like this on purpose. Much as I hate to say it, yeah. Someone tampered with the parameters so that the system would overreact to sudden accelerations and turns. What's more, they installed a mechanism that sends a kill command to the whole driveline at once. Ah, okay. Yeah, because it would make more sense, right? Because as an accident, there'd be proof, right? There'd be evidence, like parts overheating, cracks, stuff like that. But there's nothing to prove that, or nothing to show that it was. But if it's something that looks like a design flaw but is intended as such, you wouldn't think anything less of it. It would just make it look pristine. Sounds like a pretty elaborate setup to me. Not exactly a long list of people who could have done that much tinkering. Good point. Sounds like you guys are onto something. I'll just go ahead and get out of your hair then. Even so soon? Yeah, that's enough distractions for one day. Already got plans after this. Shit, we had to cut the race short halfway though. But you guys made it one hell of a bout. And if it helped you at the same time, even better. For sure. Thanks again, Major Amelia. Because of you that we got the truth behind this case. Besides, I'm always up for a good competition. Even if I did end up losing. I just feel the same. Well, that's that. Ready to head back? Now that we know the problem? Yeah, I'm a bit hesitant to bring it out in the open. But we need to come right to the heart of things in order to resolve this. But again, what good does that do then? It cuts a customer base, but it's not like the bike stops selling, right? What does it do? What a story. I'm just glad you weren't hurting me. So with Major Amelia's help, you managed to ascertain the cause. Yep. Turns out there's no defect at all. It's by design. Can I explain what that's the cause, Hong Li? What do you mean? The bikes were acting up because their limiters and safety device had been tampered with. Makes sense you couldn't figure it out when you were only looking for something out of order. It follows that the person who had access to the demo bikes, and only the demo bikes, would be the one in charge of their maintenance. Am I wrong, Hong Li? No hiding now, I suppose. You're right. It was all me. But why do such a thing? You must have had a motive. Look, I can see the logic in appealing to customers and outshining competitors. But our higher-ups took it further than I could stand. The publicity they've been pushing is all about flashy stunts at breakneck speeds. And that's constantly incited customers to drive our test bikes recklessly. Hong Li, I told them to reconsider. My frontline feedback just got smothered out instead. All that tells me is that our PR department prioritized profits over human lives. Yeah, that's true, because in the end this is supposed to be for safety, right? It's just meant to be a safe mode of travel. It's not supposed to be like a race vehicle. That's because it's like the difference between a regular car and then a fine-tuned car, you know? Like, those cars you see in Fast and Furious, they're modified to go beyond the normal limit. But a regular car could never pull those kinds of stunts. Or even if they did, they do it at the risk of their own lives even more so. So you took it upon yourself to augment the safety devices in excess with the intent of curtailing the reckless driving itself. But the way it sounds, heartbreaking sudden engine shutdowns come with their own risks. I mean, Reen wound up in a pretty tight spot, right? Yeah, my balance was thrown off all at once out of nowhere. You weren't trying to recover, I couldn't adjust the RPM to do so. To be fair, it is probably less likely to cause a major accident to drive like a maniac. But let's be real, less dangerous doesn't equal safe. Yeah, that is true, because... Look, I get the message, it is. Because again, it's like, You shouldn't be getting cars to pull off stunts like that. It's like those people who get Lambos, you know? They think they can do whatever the fuck they want. And drive recklessly just because it's a fucking Lambo. And then look at all the accidents that famous people have had because of having that mindset when getting a Lambo. Makes some sense. See, that's like something I don't realize? But this was the only way I could protest. Nothing else. I need to spur the higher ups into re-examining their policies. Right, because again, it's like, this isn't a shop that sells like action cars and stuff. It's like, it's just meant to be like an automobile showcase. Hong Li, your motives aren't unreasonable. This is a deep-rooted issue, and it can be traced back to the marketing division's disregard for safety. I understand now, but the situation and how you feel, Hong Li, it's a dagger to my chest, really. I put a lot of trust in you and your abilities. As a manager, I have to notify my supervisors of this. In which case, the logical outcome would be his disciplinary dismissal. That was not the fundamental problem here now. I sympathize with him wholeheartedly, and losing such an excellent mechanic would be a heavy blow. But even so, it's my responsibility to make a report. Tell me, how do you think I should handle this? No serious accidents have occurred thus far. It's possible that some were even prevented due to his unauthorized measures. Knowing that this matter is too complex to close out with just a simple punishment, at least in my eyes. Right, because again, it's like, if anything, this was to prevent an accident. I mean, it's not like you'd be completely safe, but you'd be a lot safer and have less, like, major casualties than what reckless driving can do. Because you see on the news what reckless driving can do? I hope I never end up in something like that. Trust me. That's why it's like I've been so scared to even just drive a regular car. What do you guys think would be appropriate, considering their positions? The problem should be settled if we pretend it was a trial run. I mean, even if he turns himself in and we send a message, it's not like they'll just stop. I'm gonna say it was a trial run. I don't know what that does, but I'm gonna just say that. Actually, who said it has to be a big deal? Sure, these safety upgrades didn't pass quality assurance testing. It's not like anyone got hurt. Of course, they're still gonna have to get nixed. Weighing down those emergency brakes up to 11. Yes, you're absolutely right. Gosh, we were lucky to have you help with this trial run. Deepest apologies, Hong Li, but I regret to inform you that your improvement proposal is hereby denied. There are limits to what can be achieved on site, as it turns out. Huh? I get it. Spin things that way and we can sweep it under the rug. I don't know. I mean, this isn't exactly honest. If anything, it's just plain lying. But then again, I guess that's Crow for you. Yeah, because, again, if anything... Look, I'm not gonna say, like, I'm the right person for this, or I have full-on judgment. Just based on this, and from how I can tell reckless driving is, at least just from what I've seen on like the news and everything, like to see someone actually care about it, and also specifically the engineer to do so, those are the kinds of people who are like, they're also kind of the heroes for you when you get into accidents, like making sure the airbags, like the pressure isn't too much to hurt someone, that there's all kinds of like reinforcements to make sure like it doesn't like hurt the individual in the car as much without those reinforcements set in. So it was for the better of the customer. It's also for a fact, however, that these adjustments were proven to prevent willfully reckless driving. So this isn't necessarily a complete fabrication, depending on your point of view. Can't say I'm totally on board with the idea. Certainly is Crow's kind of solution. Well, there you have it, Hong Li. Now that the testing process is wrapped up, can you fix those bikes back to how they were for us? Yep, denied means denied. Besides, Lord, the way they are now is probably more dangerous, ironically enough. So make sure to get every last one of them back up to spec, capiche? Ifs, ands, or buts. Thank you so much. Never forget the kindness you've shown in giving me the second chance. Well, now that that's settled, go and reset those fast safety devices on the double. When you focus on that, I'll prepare a report for my superiors. Yes, sir. Next comes the challenging part, getting ex post facto approval for this trial run. I'll just have to be careful so that there are no cracks in our story in the future. Well, hey, you run into any snags down the road, just give me a call. Dealing with cases like these is a freelance contractor's specialty. Thank you once again. This whole affair could have seriously tanked our company's reputation. We just did what we could to help, that's all. Glad it made a difference in the end, though. Take it from somebody who's had a hand in business. You guys got a lot of good stuff going on. I second that. Sure, but we also got a glimpse on the dark side of the industry. You wouldn't see this sort of thing at Rhineford. Or is that just wishful thinking? There were some factional disputes in the past. Boss should be well after decisive measures. Well, unlike them, the Vernick Group's organizational structure adds a layer of difficulty when it comes to sweeping reforms. Nevertheless, I'm hopeful that this will serve as a springboard towards improving upon these issues, if only slightly. Rest assured, I won't let all the good you've done for us go to waste. We appreciate that. Helping Orbital Bikes reach new heights and wider audiences is more than enough a reward for us.
皆さん、お疲れ様でした。入金を確認したよ。
Like I said, if Van's not gonna be the guy to get us into chaos, I'm gonna be the one to do it. Period. Ooh. Mere chaos. Okay, cool. Alright, next we have this.
行こっか。
Wait, where do I go? What's there? Oh, right, the other quest. Forgot about that. Oh, wait. Scepter. Material. Let me just save real quick before we continue. You going? Renee CEO's secretary? Sorry I posted on the bulletin board. Indeed I am. You must be the group from Thor's military academy then. I've heard talk that you've been carrying out 4 SPGs in that spring instead. Yes. Assuming you have no issue with that, may we hear the details of your request? It was in regard to negative rumors going around about Mr. Towson, as I recall? Correct. Actually, didn't get outside party without any preconceptions or provide a more impartial perspective. See, I'm rather hesitant to divulge any details at HQ, hence why we're having this conversation out here. Guess it'd be problematic if someone from the Vernick Company overheard, huh? Yes. It's for that reason that I want to investigate as confidentially as possible. We accept. As it happens, we chatted briefly with Mr. Towson earlier. Even knowing his indiscretion last year, seemed nothing if not sincere about making up for it. If a man like that is having his reputation tarnished, we can't just leave it unaddressed. Much obliged. I'll feel more at ease with your assistance. It'd be kind of a letdown if the rumors turn out to be true, though. The guy's a one-man shooting range of easy targets anyway. It seemed like that big of a deal, really. What exactly is the nature of these rumors? The CEO has come under 3 separate allegations, from what I've heard. 2 of them are even accompanied by photographs. And those photos are being spread too. How ruthless. But by the same token, it means there's actual physical evidence fueling the gossip. Yes, if possible, I'd like if you could verify said photos for yourselves to inform your verdict. Understood. Be sure to look into that as well. First things first, try to get in touch with those who've heard the rumors. Yeah, I'd like to hear people's takes on them, not to mention what it is they're actually saying. If it's public perception we're looking for, then the wider the net we cast, the better. We should try asking the receptionist in that case. They'd come into contact with a good variety of personnel and information. This would be a good idea to find someone with corporate and departmental connections. Thank you again for going to all this effort. To get in touch if you learn anything. Right. Can't say for sure how much help it'll be. See how far outside perspective can take us to start.
サポートするね。
Okay, I see. Yeah, I've heard the rumors. They've been circulating around the workshops and companies in our supplier network. Something about him having seedy underworld connections and whatnot. We're referring to the same Bill Towson, correct? He doesn't really seem the type somehow. Last I remember, he was so clueless about Armada that he missed them scurrying around right under his nose. Don't suppose there's any proof. Well, there's this quote-unquote photographic evidence going around. See for yourself. Really? Feels a little less underworldly and more underwhelming. Dude, just because it's a guy in suit and shades does not mean they're all the same. Hell, who's to say he isn't cosplaying? The man in sunglasses certainly meets the stereotypes of a criminal sort. Apart from him though, it doesn't seem all that condemning. Yeah, cause look, if you saw money on the table or a suitcase, that'd be one thing. There's nothing there. Not to mention they're meeting in broad daylight. True, you'd expect them to be in a locked room. Or a VIP lounge or something like that. Yeah, I couldn't say what exactly, but there could easily be an innocent explanation behind this. Maybe, but you still got people buying into it, including some of the artisans we work with. Personally, I reserve the right to stay silent. You have to wonder where the story even came from, though. That's a good point. Knowing the source could change the context entirely. Setting that aside, who could have possibly taken this photograph? Provided this meeting was private, there are only so many people who could have been present. Right. Was it someone trying to ruin his reputation, so like they pretended to be there on important business? And wore that kind of suit on purpose to ruin his reputation? True enough. Which means someone involved snapped the picture with an ulterior motive. Though of course, if they didn't meet in secret, we can't be sure this wasn't a coincidental shot of an unrelated passerby. Either way, it feels malicious. Sure does. Someone went real out of their way to create this evidence. Gotta keep that in mind while we think this through. Valid point. Let me give this a tour real quick. There we go. Oh, okay, they're both at 3 right now, so I can choose either or. Well, let's go Newtown then. Yeah, so we just got one person to talk to here. What you say, never? Damn. Yes, I did hear there were allegations against Mr. Towson. Few employees genuinely believed them, of course, but still led to a loss of trust on some level. They're semi-convinced, in other words. You don't mind my asking, were you yourself told any of these rumors directly? Yes, a colleague passed along this photo, though I can't say where it originated from. Whew, damn, old man's got game when he puts his mind to it. Oh, I see, because it's a hotel in front, right? They assume that's what that is. Is that your only takeaway? This picture appears to be showing the CEO enjoying a night out with a young woman. Leading some staff to believe that he's been caught in a honey trap and is leaking company secrets. Well, I mean, first of all, why would he do it outside of a hotel when he could do it inside a hotel? Second, that's a pretty low picture. You'd have to be really small or you're using some other contraption to get an angle like that. And also, how can you even tell it's night if all you can see is the building? There's still shadows looming upon it. It could technically still be day. And again, just because he's having a nice talk with a woman doesn't necessarily mean it's like that's what it is. Who's to say he isn't one of his business partners? Naturally, I put no stock in this, but I am curious about the actual scene being depicted. There's definitely a sort of cheerfulness to it that comes off a little surprising. Even so, they're only conversing. I had to question whether any conclusions can be drawn from that. Yeah, if like she was holding his arm or something, sure. but just a conversation, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, I get it, the hotel's supposed to... Seeing the hotel sign there is supposed to, like, create that image, but at the same time, like, you could literally have a conversation in front of anywhere. You're right. Normally it take a lot more than this to stir these sort of rumors. Get the sense that whoever's spreading them has a personal bone to pick with Mr. Towson. Maybe it's just by spreading multiple rumors, it's like, it doesn't really matter about, like, which one's true, just the fact that it's like, he's someone you can't trust. Because people would think that maybe among all of them, at least one of them is true. Maybe that's the point. One way or another, it's too little to make a judgment call on. We can't say there's absolutely zero chance of seeing it's legit. Still, a photo this innocuous shouldn't be spreading rumors like wildfire. Yeah, comes off a little forced to me. Might want to consider the possibility that someone's fanning the flames on purpose. Right. Just keep that in mind while mulling the other rumors over. Thanks for your time. Well, not at all. Any disparagement against our CEO is just as much a concern of mine. Happy to have been of service. Oh yeah, word is that the rumor mill is going wild about over at Verna HQ. The ones going around the subsidiary I work at are based on some of the audio of the CEO's remarks. Not that anyone knows when or where it was actually recorded. Is that right? You'll be okay sharing it with us? Sure, have a listen. Okay, the last one I could definitely see being weird, but the other two, they're clearly cut off on purpose. And there you have it. This recording's been a 3-for-1 fountain of gossip. Stuff like him misappropriating the company or belittling his subsidiaries, or committing harassment behind closed doors. I see. There's a lot of noise in it though, to the point where it's sort of tough to make out what he's saying. And even aside from that, something about it just felt off somehow. The audio was choppy at points in addition to the noise. There's a possibility it was edited to sound like this. Now that you mention it, the words that flowed felt unnatural too. That said, it does sound like Mr. Towson. Makes me curious how the recording was made. Going by the tone of his voice, it doesn't sound like it's a public meeting or anything. Odds are that someone who was there recorded it maliciously. But who? Well, that next to the question of our mystery photographer. Thanks for your input. I think we have a better grasp on the situation now. But no worries. Glad I could help. Okay, that about covers all 3 allegations against Mr. Towson. Yep, except all the evidence was either half-assed or inconclusive. Which makes it all the stranger that the rumors have spread this quickly. And even with only the flimsiest proof, some people are still believing it. Going by how the photos look though, I think we can assume they weren't faked or taken accidentally. The recordings though did sound unnatural, but even then it was still his actual voice. Honestly speaking, if you consider everything we learned as a whole, how to put this? Feels like Mr. Towson's being framed here. Thinking about it from the angle explains a lot. It's not hard to imagine. We're just talking about how much of a walking kick-me sign he is. Well, not to be a bummer, but still just one theory out of who knows how many. Indeed, what we need is some corroboration. Okay, in that case we should go get some from the CEO himself. Huh, saying it's right into the eye of the storm, eh? There's no better place to verify the truth of all this. Even if the rumors are legitimate, we'll probably need to sound up the situation anyhow. Good point. Give him a call so he knows we're coming. Okay, so you can spare some time, so we're welcome to stop by. Find him over at the Institute of Science. Off we go then. Oh, okay, so I do have to go there regardless. Okay. Wait, is there something here? Oh, right, the American Garden thing. Well, I have to go for the quest anyway. It seems like another quest is already here too. It's also crazy how the Institute of Science here, at least on the outside, kind of looks like the design of the hospital in Crossbell. I mean, obviously except the observatory, but that's besides the point. So this is the Basel Institute of Science, the Republic's premier bastion of education and research responsible for driving its technological growth. Feels pretty different from the Ruhr Institute of Technology, right? Even if on first impression they seem about the same. They're both scientific institutes, so they do both cover the sciences, physics, biology, chemistry, and information. Though unlike Ruhr, they focus on research as opposed to manufacturing. They say that the Institute of Science has long cooperated with Basel's Artisans Guild. They actually established a Vernet company together. That's why the factories and local companies often test their prototypes. I see. So it's a history that makes cooperation between industry and university possible. Things that set it apart from Ruhr would also be due to that history, correct? Looks like they just finished a test. I guess wherever you go, students make the same faces when they finish an exam. Reminds me of the kids at Doris Branch campus. Feeling a little nostalgic myself. I bet. Come on, test done. Should be able to go in now. That's where we're headed, right? Yep, the continent's largest state-of-the-art observatory. My grandpa visited long ago. Sorry again for making you all come out here with me. You don't have to apologize. I'm actually looking forward to it. Though it might be a little too early to be stargazing. Why don't we take a little tour of this fancy institution? Good point. Some of the people who were at the event earlier are here, as well as some folks from Vernet. Maybe we should plan to say hello to them too. But of course. Well, should we begin our tour of the school then? But first, let me get all this first. Alright, let me get one more each, because again, sometimes I use this just to make sure I hit max CP. Okay, the vending machine, of course. Okay, here we go. Here's the other request. Dangerous monster in a rare metal mine. Oh, here we go. Here's how I go into the mines. A rare metal mine, huh? Seems like the kind of place where people can collect samples for research purposes. Yeah, I had the key to the entrance from the guild. I think it was on the north end of the artisanal district. Then I propose we depart at our earliest convenience. Let me save first. Like I said, we're gonna check this place out for a bit. Hopefully we can at least finish the one quest, and then I'll save the other stuff for next time. Oh, there's Cronkite and Renee. You've obtained the necessary data, correct? Indeed. And based on that, I should be making further adjustments to the airframe and external units. Which means I'll need to return to Zeku Space Base as planned. Understood. Safe travels then. Oh, it's you. Well done during today's exercise. You managed to obtain some excellent data. I think we saw each other at the get-together briefly. If I could, I'd like to take this chance to say hello properly, Professor Cronkite. And thank you for your part in the exercise. I hear our men might have been a little pest during the event. There's nothing to concern yourselves with. We both did what we had to increase the probability of success. I couldn't help but overhear, Professor. Heading back to Zeku Space Base? Yes, I intend to travel with Major Amelia and the others by airship. I won't be able to enjoy this town's coffee for a while. But we all must make sacrifices. There's still so much that needs to be done. Adjustments to the machine, analysis of the satellite data. I'd heard he was taking on the majority of the technological and operational aspects of Project Startaker. So surprise is keeping him busy. And he doesn't seem the least bit fatigued. Really is a genius. We won't take any more of your time. We just want to say thank you. What about you? And back to the base with the professor? No, I intend to stay in Basel for a while. Everything at the space base is on track. They don't need me at the moment. But there are some things here in Basel that require my attention. I see. Sounds like you're busy too. We should probably leave you to it then, shouldn't we? Thank you for understanding. The fewer distractions, the better. Just can't help the snide remarks, can ya? Won't be long until you're used to it. Now I already told you what I'm doing. If there's nothing else, I suggest making the most of your time and touring the campus. It's just what we were planning. Thanks for your consideration. You take care as well, Professor. Of course, I had no intention of doing otherwise, but I accept your well wishes. Okay, yeah, so we started to check that area out, and there is something to the left.
ここがバーゼル理科大学。なんだか身が引き締まりますね。
ああ、まさに共和国最高の学術機関って雰囲気だな。
こういうとこでのキャンパスライフってのもちょっと憧れちまうな。
天体観測は暗くなってからだし、今のうちにいろいろと回ってみないとね。
How did a drone get stuck in a place like that? A pain in the neck. It's at the bar stepladder from somewhere. We can get it down for you, you like? What the? Thank you, but what again is this floating thing? Oh, I let out in a public space without thinking. Well, at least you helped someone out of a jam in doing so. Wait a moment. By any chance, are you those Thor's people I've heard so much about? I heard some of you were affiliated with the Foundation. I can't believe they made such an incredible drone. Much less that you use it. 2 corrections. It's a combat shell, not a drone. And it isn't Foundation technology. Line up, will ya? Is the nitty-gritty really that important here? You wouldn't mind, could I ask for some advice? Advice on what? Not long ago, I began researching hollow AI-compatible drones. I ordered an affordable model from ZCF, developed jointly with the Institute of Science, and tested it out. However, it's difficult to operate. I haven't made any progress in my report thus far. So if possible, would you let me observe how you handle your drone as a reference? Of course, I don't mind at all. Sure you don't want to give it another 5 seconds of thought? It's gonna be all up in your faces studying you, you know. That's alright. At the very least, it doesn't sound as though he intends to collect data on Clamp-Soleus itself. Besides, I don't dislike the idea of the 2 of us working together to help a person in need. It spoke! Oh, thank you so much. This is a huge help. Well, you're sure you're okay with it, Altino? Then what exactly would you like me to do? I have a drone training program developed by Marduk. Suppose I'll be learning how to control the drone, but admittedly, I've been having trouble with it. That's why I want to ask if you could take a crack at it. See if you can clear it. Think you're up for the challenge? Very well. You explain how it works in more detail. Absolutely. Okay, let's move to the entrance. I'll elaborate on the way down. Activating drone handling training program. Whoa. A training field generated with shard technology. Is it really okay for us to be doing this by the entrance? We conduct experiments on the premises all the time, so we'll be fine. As long as we finish before our higher up sees us. So it's not okay then. As the saying goes, you aren't breaking the rules so you don't get caught. So let's be swift about this. Shoot, I forgot. This training was made for smaller drones. Does that mean you can't take part? Now what do we do? So much for getting that data. Don't fret. You'll get your data. It shrank. Though, I guess that's nothing to be surprised about. Normally it's in the shield caliber form. There. We've been given the all clear. Let's begin. Great! people are just full of surprises, huh? Okay, I would explain the rules on the way down, so do your best out there. There are all the shard tokens that react to shard searches. Touching too many dummy tokens will cause the game to end. Identify and avoid them. Okay, but how do I tell they're dummy ones? So these blue ones are the dummy ones. Okay. Alright, well, let's get these ones out of the way first. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. Oh boy, there's a lot of moving ones. I don't want to accidentally hit them. Ooh. Okay, got it. Gotta be very careful. Nope. Hey, get back here. Oh my god. No. Hey. Oh my god. Why is it so hard? Three more. No! Yes! Okay. No. Hey! No! Get back! Get back here! Oh my god. Oh, okay, there we go. Phew! That was actually kind of tough. You did it! You actually did it! Without touching a single dummy token to boot. Nice maneuvering there. You managed to clear the challenge. Excellent work, Clam Soleus. You should give yourself a pat on the back too, Altina. You were the one moving it around after all. You two make a perfect team. I'll say, you were able to control it with such precision. Got some fantastic data thanks to you. I'll make good use of it in my research. Sounds like this is mission complete. Yes. I'm glad to have been of assistance. Wish you the best of luck in your drone research. Thank you so much. So let's go. Even though I never actually used a drone IRL. Oh, sorry, give me a second. Okay, my bad. Stuffy in my eye. I forget, can we go to these stores? Oh yeah, we can. Right. Well, might as well take a look around. I have permission. Oh, right. Yeah, this is where they operated on Rosette after. When she got hit from, what is it called? She got hit from that one attack. Right, I forgot. There's probably one of these at the Institute too, so I had to start looking around for that. I'll just look in case. Never know. Oh, I can't go through here. Alright. Had to check. Guess I'll check here. Yeah, no shards here, surprisingly. Here we go. Just wondering. There we go.
サーチする。
Just keep looking for now.
サーチします。サーチする。
There we go.
サーチする。
サーチすんぜ。
Sorry, I have to keep pressing it every now and then.
こっちじゃないな。
Okay, yeah, so nothing else up here.
サーチすんぜ。
Oh, okay, there we go.
サーチだ。
Found the portal. It's downstairs, okay.
サーチだ。サーチだ。サーチすんぜ。
Oh, okay, 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 I see. It's outside. Gotcha.
サーチだ。
Yep. There we go.
報酬が振り込まれたよ。
サーチすんぜ。サーチすんぜ。
Here we go. Got it.
サーチだ。
I think that's all I have to do.
サーチします。
Oh, there was one upstairs. Oh well, I'm not going back
サ
to
ーチ
that.
すんぜ。
ちゃんと栄養取るんだよ。ご注文は何かな？
Get 3 of these and 3 of
あ
these.
りがとうね。
Wow. So I had to do this for main story and for the quest. My goodness. I have my own reservations about Mr. Towson's reinstatement. But as I understand it, everything seems to be going smoothly. You have my support. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm ashamed to have caused you trouble last year, Your Highness. I'll never make the same mistake again. I'll dedicate myself to this company. Well, you did a lot of dubious things last year, but there's no denying your skill in bringing together various industries over the years. Courage is sure to lead Rennie in the right direction. Indeed, I'll be counting on you now, Towson. There's more to discuss, but it appears we have some guests. Ah, it's all of you. Sorry, looks like you're in the middle of something. We didn't mean to interrupt. It's no problem at all. We've already finished the complicated business. If you'd like, why don't you join us? I see. Sounds like there's a lot of strong opinions about Towson's return as CEO back in El Sam. It can't be helped. You invested quite a lot after all. That said, it feels like more and more people are willing to give me a second chance. Considering your achievements and the sincerity you displayed since your return, it's not hard to see why. I had to talk with him myself. It's convinced me that he is the right man for the job. I'm sure of it. And I intend to encourage my father to give his support as well. That's a lot more generous than I expect. Well, Professor Hamilton made the request. Seeing how much she's done for our nation, we can't just ignore what she says. Even the professor supported my return. I fear I'll never be able to return the favor. Not that she'd ever abandon you, given her humanity and moral obligations. See, that's the thing, it's like, we're making her out to be like a saint and everything, right? But, not now. Sounds like everyone really loves and trusts the professor. She definitely has a different style from Professor Schmidt and the others, obvious as that is. But that's what'll make it all the bit more of a hurtful betrayal. She's certainly special among Epstein's disciples. She has a philosophy of getting close to people and supporting them all equally. It's the cornerstone of all our research. Oh, is that the bell at the chapel in the artisanal district? It's 6:30 p.m. now, so I'm guessing that's to let people know it's time for the evening service. Probably, yeah. So damn, sunset already? That'd come a little later, given it's summer and all. I think we've seen all there is to see here, so we should probably move on to the next thing. Sounds like a plan. Once we're ready, let's make our way to the observatory at the Institute of Science. You know, I feel like this is the wrong time for them to try to be glazing the professor, you know? Especially after what we saw in the Kevin route. I feel like this is definitely a bit too soon. If anything, I'd say it's like, you should have saved that whole secret thing for after. Like around this part, because like I said, it's kind of hard to like take everything they're saying at face value after we saw that she definitely has her own plan. Again, I don't believe she'll just be like a mastermind, like she's pure evil, but she definitely does have her own plans going on. But whether we'll all agree to it or not, I don't know. I mean, it could be like she's like a Dieter Croy, where it's like she is thinking on behalf of the people, but even she has to get her hands dirty to some extent to make it possible. At least that's me. But it's like, I hope that's not the case, because again, that's just copying Dieter Croy again. I understand you have something new to discuss, members of Thor's Military Academy. Yes, thank you for your time. You see, we were hoping to get your assistance with a request we've undertaken. Is that right? Oh, but to whatever extent I can then. What is it you wish to ask? Well, our client wants us to investigate some wild rumors going around. You hear anything about a scandal rocking the Verne company right now by chance? You mean to say there is one? If so, we'll have to deal with it post-haste. This is the first he's heard of it, evidently. Doesn't seem like he thinks it could apply to him in any way, either. He really has no idea, does he? Better get on the brass tacks, then. I'll be blunt, Mr. Towson. The rumors we're looking into are regarding you. They include some audio and photographic evidence that we'd like to fact-check, if that's alright. What? About me? I don't believe I've done anything wrong, though. Please, tell me more. I'll try with all sincerity to explain myself however I'm able. First, there's this picture of you speaking with a young woman. Ah, her. She was a job-hunting student that I interviewed recently. A job-hunting student? Yes, she came a long way from the countryside for our appointment, after which she did some sightseeing in town. This photo must be when I chanced upon her in town. She said hello and I offered her some encouragement. But who in the world would take a photo of that and why? And that's not as juicy as I was gearing up for. But it makes sense because again, like I said, it could have just been a normal conversation. Feels way more on brand though. This guy and Lady Killer don't exactly go hand in hand. You guys. And what about this? Seem to be giving some of the impression that you have connections to the underworld. Maybe a security firm? This person is the executive director of a trading company. We know each other for a long time now. His eyes are rather sensitive, so he often wears sunglasses on days the sun is particularly bright. That's fair. As it happens, everyone in the sales department at our headquarters knows him, so you're welcome to speak with them if you have any doubts. I see. And what about this recording? What is this? Certainly sounds like me, but I don't recall saying anything of the sort. There are indications that the audio was deliberately spliced. Do you recall any remarks you made that could have been edited together in this way? This company belongs to me. It does bring something to mind. It was during a private conversation between Cohen and myself not too long ago. If memory serves, I said something along the lines of, this company is my life, so to speak. All responsibility for it belongs to me. My subsidiaries are to be handled with careful consideration. First dispose of their concerns in an orderly, dependable manner. Nice work, but you mustn't overstrain yourself. Probably for nothing your body gives out on you. Assuming you recall correctly, then it's definitely plausible these sound bites were clipped from the conversation. And you two were talking one-on-one when it was recorded. Yeah, it has to be him, because also it would have to be someone who knows his schedule, that he would know about the appointment with the job hunting student, and it would also have to be someone who would have access to that meeting with someone close to the company head. It's all coming together. Should have figured as much. What were they hoping to gain by having us hunt the rumors, you know? It seems like a setup from start to finish. What do you want to do, Lee? Like what, did they think we'd just like be like, oh, it's all true and point it out? I don't think so, because again, why ask for someone to snoop around when the lie would be exposed? Well, we come this far. I think it only makes sense to lay it all bare to the man himself and get his cooperation. This won't be easy to discuss, but from what the circumstances suggest... So you were investigating Cohen's request then? At the risk of echoing him, I'm glad to ask that you get to the bottom of these baseless hoaxes myself. Yes, of course. We may just be Springers by proxy, but we'll give it our all. Not that we don't already have a grasp on what's going on here. The key now is pinpointing who's behind it all. The perpetrator had to be capable of procuring those photos and that recording, as well as propagating the word of them within the company. What's more, potentially stand to gain from framing Mr. Towson. Right. Narrow down the suspects, and the one who spread this information can only be... Cohen. None other than Cohen, his secretary, and our client. He was in a position to prepare the photos and audio by himself. Oh, yeah, like he could have been with him for the interview and just held his phone low enough so that he couldn't see to the side and then just start a quick pick. No, how could that possibly be? It's true he was present at every occasion, but this is only conjecture based on circumstantial evidence, of course. But the likelihood is high. Didn't he himself hire you to investigate these false accusations, though? Actually, that's what stuck out to me from the get-go, yeah. He asked us to investigate the rumors themselves, but not their source. Oh, I see, yeah. That's also why he couldn't ask the guild, because he thought that if it was the guild, they'd get to the bottom of it, and they would ask the source. And same for the police, because they'd have to do a full-on investigation. But for Spriggan, if it's a dark job worth the money, they wouldn't have to think too much about it. Maybe they were hoping that by having a title as like a fixer, they were the right people to have, like, to frame Towson and be like, yeah, we've heard all these from all sorts of people, so maybe it would have to be true. Maybe. I could be wrong, though. And he didn't say a word about putting a stop to them either. If anything, it sounded as if what he saw from us was verification. Following that train of thought, maybe his aim was to have us confirm the rumors as unbiased outsiders? That way, we'd help to solidify and spread them even further. Oh, yeah, it was. So, we'd spread his infamy even further by taking in these things and being like, oh, it would have to be true because there's evidence around, regardless of whether it's circumstantial or not. But putting that doubt and spreading that doubt, it'd be much harder to get rid of it later, especially if it's spread over a much wider net. Roundabout doesn't even begin to describe that. Had we taken the bait, it could have been the final nail in the coffin. Cohen was appointed by Director Durek, member of our board who took over as CEO during my dismissal. He's proven highly capable, but we haven't been acquainted for very long, so there's much I don't know on a personal level. Would you object to me calling for him right now? I must learn whether he's truly the culprit, and if so, what his motivations are. Those are things I ought to hear from the man's own mouth. Mr. Towson, I understand. Go ahead and call Cohen over. We had to relay the results of our investigation to him anyway. I mean, it literally could have only been him. You ready to report on the request? I didn't realize the CEO himself would be present. Let me begin with a rundown of what we uncovered during the course of our investigation. In short, you conclude that Mr. Towson is free from fault. Very well then. I'll continue digging into the rumors myself and see if I can determine their origin. That's quite enough, Cohen. All I want to know is, was this your doing? So that's it. Managed to figure me out. I expected a third party would be quickly deceived, but evidently that wasn't the case. Now that I'm caught, there's nothing to be done. Resign myself to whatever punishment you deem sufficient. Yeah, because again, that's the other thing. It's like, even though he hired Spriggans, he had to know beforehand that we were proxy Spriggans from outside, right? If it wasn't, and it was just Van's crew, they'd probably still dig deep because it's like, they're from Calvary, you know? Just as we thought. Hiring us really was a ploy to push your smear campaign. But why? What could drive an outstanding secretary like you to do such a thing? We're well past the point of words by now. But I'll tell you this much. I only acted with the good of the company in mind. Good of the company? That is the most I can say. Is that because you're trying to protect someone else who's also a part of this? Come to think of it, he was appointed by the previous CEO, right? You put two and two together. Bullseye. Be straight with us here. Is he the guy who put you up to this? As I already stated, I acted with the good of the company in mind. Full stop. Didn't outright deny it, which is a near surefire sign Durek is involved. I just couldn't accept the idea of entrusting the Vernet Company to you again, Towson. In focusing solely on profits and gain, you failed to prevent what happened to Professor Callaghan or manage the litigations between our affiliates. Your reinstatement CEO not only defies all sense, it robs the company of the opportunity to change. Mr. Durek should be in your place instead, steering us toward reform. I acknowledge that I've yet to fully earn your trust, as I acknowledge my past transgressions. However, that's all the more reason why I must make amends with my own two hands. It's toward that aim that I reassumed my position. I'm well aware of Durek's capabilities, as well as the reliance so many employees place in him. But even still, I refuse to capitulate. Not to a man who'd stooped to reclaiming power through vile mudslinging. Mr. Towson, just how genuine is that determination? I pledge to not only rise up on the backs of my past failings, but to achieve results that more than outweigh them. In this way will I strive to become a man worthy of your confidence, yours and Durek's both. So you needn't place your faith in me on the spot. All I ask for now is that you give me the chance. At least, until such time that I can repay this company in what way I am able. Mr. Towson, you really have changed. Compared to you, Director Durek and I. Go away in the other room for now. Inform you when the consequences of your actions are decided. I mean, to be fair, I can see where this guy stems from, because it's not about that it's like, oh, he worked with Callaghan, because he didn't, but it's that he let such a thing slip, you know? Like, Amada had practically free reign of this place because he wasn't paying attention. Like, I get it, he's a big CEO and everything, but dude, it was one of your more well-known professors, Professor Callaghan. You let him run rampant like that and you didn't have any inkling of this whatsoever? Like, dude wasn't even aware. So, like, I could definitely understand why it's like that, and like, considering that probably spread to other people, like, who's to say people wouldn't think, oh, was their technology also used in creating that nuke that destroyed Krail Village? Like, I know they didn't, but that doesn't mean people won't assume that based on circumstantial evidence. Let me to express my gratitude once again. Because of you that these malicious rumors have been stemmed. That being said, to fix whatever foibles of mine allowed this to occur without me noticing. What about the turncoat? Gonna give him the boot at the very least? That wouldn't be the end of it though, if it turns out the previous CEO really is involved to any extent. Right, because again, we still don't really know. It's like, was he doing it just to get the previous CEO back in position, like what he thought for the company, or is that what the CEO asked for? We still don't know that. Quite so. If you don't mind, may I ask your suggestions on how to approach this? Just for my consideration. I'd appreciate your objectivity as a third party, not to mention the ones who actually solved this problem. Okay, this actually kind of makes more sense as to why to ask us this question, because again, it's like even he can't be sure, because even he's still trying to figure out the type of CEO he's trying to be after knowing how he used to do it before it didn't work out. Upgrade Solutions often provides consultations of this nature to complete their jobs, as I understand it. You want our advice? Well, alright. It's not my area of expertise, but I'll try to come up with something. What kind of middle ground would Arkwright propose in this situation? What should we recommend? Take the secretary and them to court. Blackmail. Corner them at a board meeting. Well, taking them to court, I don't think we can really do that, because even if it's defamation, it's still like clearly lacking. And again, it would put it on the secretary, but it wouldn't be much of the CEO unless we can get like direct evidence. The same for blackmailing. There's only so much blackmail can really hold up. So I'd say go to a board meeting. And again, it's like, who knows? Who really cares what's the best situation? But I think, at least in the way I think of it, again, we need to verify whether that's how he truly feels, or if that was like just the secretary's thoughts, or if it actually is both. So let's go with that. This should be just about good enough, I think. The proper course is to take this issue to court, but that would also be exposing the company's weakness to the world at large. A happy medium could be to put it on the agenda at a board meeting and sort it out privately instead. That may be as far as saving face is concerned. However, doing so would sow discord within the board of directors itself. I still have our operational stability to consider, factional tensions to keep in check. But on the other hand, this could be a big break. Play that meeting right and you can gain some solid ground out of this ordeal. Yeah, even if the board ultimately decides to punish these wrongdoings publicly, if all goes well, you may be able to reassert your place at the helm of the company. When you put it that way, I can certainly see how it might lead to more corporate unity. Because again, it's like blackmailing, sure, it's like it doesn't get out to the public and it doesn't really change anything to the company. But again, it's like you don't know if it's just his doing or the ex-CEO. Because if it's the ex-CEO doing this, then he can just get someone else to do it, right? It wouldn't end with just being the secretary getting punished. And if it is just the secretary, who's to say that blackmail is going to hold forever until like like I said, the ex-CEO tries to get someone else, then they push that agenda and it actually succeeds. You know? It would just keep that instability without the guarantee that it'll completely like be gone. But is that truly within my capabilities? No. Hesitating at this juncture would strip my reinstatement of all meaning. And again, the other thing is like I can understand where the secretaries come from, because it's like even after how he didn't really have a good understanding of what was going on in the company, he gets like a free pass just because Hamilton says so. That definitely seems strange, you know? Like, just because of the status of someone else doesn't mean that you're completely absolved of the crime or you never did it, you know? It doesn't work like that. Or it shouldn't even be that simple of a process anyway, so I think that's also the thing that's kind of like, I can understand why he would act that way. And why he would think Towson isn't the best guy, because like, who's to say that he didn't like strong arm Hamilton, or just because of connections, you know? Like when you see at jobs, it's like, oh, they don't hire new people, but then they hire like close family. It's like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. You can't have family here. I mean, aside from when it's like actual family businesses, like restaurants and stuff like that, but for others, they could definitely try to take advantage of that, like in the interviewing stage and stuff. I mean, they have a lot of, like, more of a strong hold against that sort of thing nowadays, but that doesn't mean it, like, it never happens anymore. Very well. For the sake of pulling this company back together, I'll have this matter addressed internally. authorities above. I think they'd resort to character assassination to try and force my resignation. If it weren't for all of you, I might not have even noticed. My deepest thanks for that. Think nothing of it. We were just carrying out our proxy work as best we could. I'm sure Archer and his team would have found a better way to resolve this. No need to be modest. You presented a satisfactory compromise, on which I have no complaint. As for your payment, expect a transfer from my end. Thanks, but you really want to do us a favor? Try being less of a sitting duck from now on? Yeah, let me cover up a few of those easy targets painted all over you. You guys, shush. Honest to a fault as ever. That's quite alright. It's the fact that my vulnerabilities invite exploitation, as evidenced by today. As such, I intend to consider this a lesson learned. A call for me to shape up and run this company with grit and resolve. Perhaps this debacle was simply a trial of sorts. A chance for me to make a fresh start. Well, it's been a privilege helping you weather it. I don't mean to sound too forward, but know that you have our support, Mr. Towson. And you, mine, members of Thor's Military Academy, in all of your future endeavors. Okay, that one was alright because, again, it's like, I was honestly kind of surprised how, like, no one, like, doubted that. Like, that he could just come back here and everything would be hunky-dory. So I actually did like that one. For the sense that it's like, at least someone's bringing that kind of stuff up. Damn, I'm not grade 2 yet, but I'm almost there. Alright, with that, I think this will be a great place to end the stream for today. Or for now, anyway. I mean, I will still do one later for Saturday, as it should be. But I just wanted to finally move on with some of that stuff. But yeah, I'll do a stream later today to continue with our Reams route for now. Hopefully we'll also be able to finish it, but it's probably not going to be that simple. But yeah, like I said, gonna end the stream for today. When I come back to this later, we'll go check this area for the monster. We'll go do the thing at the American Garden, and then we'll try to do as much main story as possible. Oh right, I also have to do the Connect events. Shit. Wow, that's a lot I have to do. But I feel like I should be able to pull it together, but we'll see. But yeah, I will say, I definitely feel like we did need the intermission. Because, look, I get the whole thing about us working together in the American Garden, or the Grim Garden, sure. I get that. But we didn't need half of the yap going on, because it was just about, like, you're being mean. No, you're being mean. Oh, you're this. Oh, but you're that, you know? We literally could have saved a whole bunch of time. And again, I know I'm adding on time by commenting on it too, but you still can't deny it was pretty meaningless. Because again, that whole thing where it's like, don't get me wrong, Agnes sticking up against an enforcer, I get it. It's supposed to be like, wow, she's really come out of her shell to be more confrontational. But again, we don't need at least the conversation where it's like, we're trying to point out a bad guy's doing bad things, and it's like, they should be ashamed of themselves. When it's like, no, they're Ouroboros, don't you get it? They wreak havoc all over the continent. Don't act like this is their first offense, and that they can turn a new leaf, because they can't. Because they're villains for a reason. And look, you can have some redeeming villains, I'm not saying it's impossible. But don't try to do it for every single one and think like, oh, it's gonna happen. Look at Almada. You try giving them a second chance, they came back to life as ghosts or zombies or whatever, and still try to kill the fuck out of us, you know? And again, it's like, everyone commenting on, like, Agnes, you make her look cooler by not saying anything else after that, you know? Like, don't ruin the moment. If you're at least gonna try that. Like, you could have definitely cut that speech in half, or you could have cut it, like, 3/4 of it off, and it would have been fine. And again, we're like, them like, oh, don't feel too bad, Professor, or don't go up that kind of end and be that kind of character, like blah blah blah. Just move on, get to the point. Because honestly, it didn't like focus on anything. It just recalled past stuff that we already know. Because you wouldn't be playing Beyond Horizon unless you played the other games. Because even if you say you skipped Daybreak 1 or 2, you still at least can get like a general gist just by like the introductions and how long the fucking prologue So yeah, didn't really need that. Look, I'm just glad I'm on Reen's round and not Van's, but I hate that I'm gonna be on Van's round next. God fucking damn it. But yeah, Kevin totally saved me in that fight. Holy shit. Like, seriously, his having 2 buffs like that is like crazy broken. But yeah, anyway, just glad to finally move back to main story, even though, and also I will say that better not have actually been like the prologue, like everything up to the intermission was just the prologue, because I will say that is some sick fucking joke right there. You get the prologue, then you get Act 1, and then the intermission, and you say no. Turns out all of that was a prologue. If that is it, whoever made that an achievement, you suck and I hate you. Also not funny. Whoever thought that as an idea, like from the actual Nihon Falcon, to think like, yeah, there should be an achievement as a prologue because that's what it is. Just stop right there. Just stop continuing to take part in the story. Just give up. You're not funny. You're not being smart. You're not being witty. It's just ridiculous. It makes us feel even more dumb for like thinking like it's worth our time to have that as the prologue, because you could have cut the prologue into like so much less stuff with a lot less of these 4 SPGs. Like goddamn, like look, some of these 4 SPGs, they're good. It speaks about like the whole situation around them, how it affects people, sure, but we shouldn't be doing some of them where it's like, oh, it's just the usual van helping them with a dessert, helping them with a, what's it called, helping to find a monster, helping from a scam, or like someone getting mugged. It's like, dude, the ones that, at least the types that we did before in Daybreak 1 and 2, just cut that off. We don't need that. It's literally just a fucking waste of time. It really is. Because like the monster extermination quest, yeah, to level up, to get gear and money, sure. And like I said, the ones around the theme of the game, it's fine. But where you're just doing the same kinds of jobs you did in the other 2 games, it's not original. As an intro in Daybreak 1, it's fine. For Daybreak 2, for those who haven't really done the quest in Daybreak 1, it's like, okay, maybe you can have that as a reasoning, but that's still a stretch. Here, we don't need it. We don't need it. Like, really. Why did you even think people would appreciate that? Because I don't. And even if you say, like, oh, for the mirror and for the BP, no. Just give that more from the boss fights or monster extermination. Just raise the amount we get from that instead, and we can get through the story a lot faster. Especially if you're already providing minigames, you don't need to make the game that much longer. If people can actively play longer themselves by doing minigames like poker, basketball, blackjack, fishing, the drone thing, you know? We don't have to waste our time with story stuff that it's like, it's literally just fluff compared to like main context. Because look, for me right now, it definitely feels more like the main story is only at like 20%, 15%, and fluff dialogue or meaningless dialogue that it's like it doesn't enhance anything, but it's just adding more words and more minutes is 80 to 85%. That's how it feels to me. But anyway, yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Shout out to Divine for showing up to the stream. Great seeing you here again, man. But yeah, like I said, I'll definitely continue this later. Hopefully we'll be able to finish the Reen round, but I don't know. That's a lot we have to do, but we'll see what we can do. But anyway, if you guys did enjoy the stream but already found the channel, please make sure that you follow. Much appreciated. Check my YouTube channel, post a VOD, subscribe as well. Join Discord, you guys not ready. Links to all those on the channel. This has been Xander's Advice. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. See you guys next time. We're out.